All right, Sean, what's up? I just want to rant. I just want to rant. I lost more followers. I lost more followers, but I'm determined. I'm determined not to. I don't want to kowtow. I don't want to stop. What don't you want to do, Sean? I want to preserve my chance. I want to preserve my freedom to be a, a loser. I just want to be a loser publicly. I don't want. This is what I don't want. Let's just say I'm basically operating like a homeless person. This is like homeless. I'm like a virtual homeless person. I got my tent, and people are gonna like turn their back on me, and they're gonna go, "Ugh, just I don't even want to look at you. You're just so pathetic." And the temptation is gonna be like to go. Oh, I'm so. I better get a job. I don't want to be pathetic. And then I'm gonna find myself standing around Walmart being like, "This fucking sucks. This is nice. This is good freedom, but it's just not. I'm not catering to likes. I'm not gonna cater to like, oh, I hope you like me. Fuck it. Unfollow me. Dislike me. I don't care. I'll consider that a win. That means I'm not catering to you. I'm not catering to like I better do the things you I know what you like. I know you want me to spend a lot of time. You want me to get a job. You want me to just be upstanding and look, I'm trying and like not doing it because then I'm miserable. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want and you can not like me and I don't care. I'm not falling for that fucking shit. But I have to like say that all the time. I'll just do whatever I want to do. What do I want to do? You know what I want to do? Charlie, shut up. Stop that damn licking. I hate when my dog licks. I can't stand that fucking sound. Charlie, stop. Stop licking. You cannot lick in here. Charlie, dog's out. Dog's out. You gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of here. Stop. All right. Another thing. There's this woman named Esther. Never mind. I don't want to talk about Esther. What do you want to talk about, Sean? I want to talk about. Well, first of all, I have to fix this green screen. I gotta hook that up. That's one thing I gotta do today. Another thing I have to do today is I have to call the vet, and I have to take my dog in because his ear smells weird, and he keeps scratching his ear, and I really should check out if he has some kind of fluid in his ear or something. I should take a shower too. What else should I do? I want to talk about. I want to try doing this every morning. When I talk about this one, what I call the no soul mantra, I have like a better day, and if I don't talk about it, I start to believe in things, and I don't want to believe in things. I want to believe that there's no. I want to believe that things are kind of bullshit because I really think that they are bullshit, and so I just feel like there's like a trick. You know what I want to do? I want to turn off this fucking work on banner. I don't like this fucking. What does it say? Work on chat off. I want that gone. How do you turn that off? Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Keep talking, Sean. I was reading something about there's something going on right now called the great um, the great. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the no soul mantra. All right, let's talk about the no soul mantra. What's the no soul mantra? Um, all right, so just go, Sean. It's better than reading. Normally, I get up right now and I start reading. I don't want to do that. I just want to. Let's just talk about the no soul mantra. Go, Sean. What's the no soul mantra? Um, talk, Sean. Talk. All right. So this is the way things seem to me. If I'm to be really, really objective and to say like how things really seem to me, this is how they really seem to me. Um, I think that there's a weird thing that happens where people. I think that without words, there's just this is the way things really seem to me. Like if God was hooking me up to a lie detector test and he said, if you lie, you're going to get cancer or something, I would say that this is the way things really seem. Is that it seems like things, the idea of a thing being a thing and a separate entity and stable is facilitated by a word. the real world constantly changes, and it seems like everything in the real world constantly changes and it's interconnected with its surroundings. And a word provides some stability to a thing because a word doesn't change. And then it also makes it seem like that thing is separate from its surroundings. And I think that that facilitates the idea of a soul. I think that you believe that there's a me, there's a you, and people have these weird fixed ideas about a person being like, you're a good guy, you're a bad guy, you're an asshole, you're a hero. Those are all like these words that are like these single unchanging things, but really like a person's behavior fluctuates a lot, and they die, they get born. I just don't think that I don't think there's a soul. I don't think there's like a ghost in the machine. I think that it's really bizarre when like somebody dies and you're like, how can they be there 1 minute and then they're not there? You knock on their head and they're like, how come you're not there anymore? I think they just were never really there. I think there's just shit happening, and that shit, there's no like real boundary around that shit. Without the word, there's just, there is no you, there is no me. Like if you die and you become, or if you get brain damage and you become retarded, what happened to your soul? If somebody gets a stroke, it seems like their soul clearly became different. There is no soul. There is no you. That's the only way it makes sense to me. I hope there is a soul. I hope that I hope that I die and go to heaven and I'm like, oh, cool, a bunch of souls. But if I really had to bet on it, I don't think there is. What's your point in saying that? Because I just think that there's like a delusion. There's like this weird, I get caught up in thinking about things. I get caught up within like a day of saying this. There's this beautiful freedom when I talk about this where I feel like, just do shit. Just do shit. I can just look at the sky and there's just perception and feelings and emotions happening in my eyes, and they just are random. And I think that there's a bunch of delusions that come with this thinking of things in terms of words and stability. It does a bunch of bad things. For one thing, it makes you think that like I dismiss things. I think there's kind of like a unique bombardment of stuff happening to my eyes all the time, which is really kind of like, it has like flavor. It has like flavor. If I look out at the sunrise right now, it has like a distinct flavor. But if I look at that and I think to myself, that's just the same old sunrise. See, I've seen one of those a million times. That's just the sunrise, the Richmond sunrise, and I already know what that looks like because I've seen it. No, it's totally anew. It's totally anew. And I think that I don't know, that seems like a good way to like live. If I could live that way, I'd really love to do that. I don't know how to do that, but I just feel like, there's a bunch of fucking traps. There's a bunch of fucking traps with believing in things, and I just think it's bullshit. And I have to tell myself that I'm just gonna try telling myself that every day. Why? Are you trying to sound profound, Sean? Or are you trying to sound like deep? No, but I just think it's true. I think the world is participating in sort of like a delusion that is kind of bullshit. What do you mean? Well, again, like things. Like I just think there's people say things. They say like you're an asshole, and then I'll think to myself like, oh no, am I really an asshole? And then I have to tell myself like, no, like just don't do asshole things, and you're not an asshole. Asshole is as asshole does. Or somebody might say like, you're an N-word. That little N-word, and you might think like, what do you mean? Let's keep going with this idea of things. Well, okay. I'm really tired, so I can't explain it totally correctly, but yeah, like where is the boundary between? There's no tree that you'll find. There's no tree that you'll find without dirt in its roots, and so what, Sean? I already don't feel like talking about this anymore. I've already explained this. Just explain it again, Sean. You got nothing else to do for 20 minutes. There's no tree that you'll find without dirt in its roots. And so when is that dirt officially part of the tree? Nobody has an answer. Why is the dirt not part of the tree? The reason it's not part of the tree is as far as I can tell, it's only because somebody put a definition in a book and they said the tree is roots, the tree is leaves, the tree is branches, but the dirt is not tree. And people have that in their head, and that's the definition. But without that, I think you could say that the dirt is interconnected with the tree. When is the food that's gestating in your stomach officially part of you? Nobody has an answer. They just have this like imaginary property line that they kind of just if everybody agrees on it, like if people agreed that you were two people because you have a left brain and a right brain, and everybody agreed to that, then you would be two people. They'd say, well, these other 50 million people, they say that you're two people, so you're crazy because you think that you're two people and everybody else does. I just think that that's not a thing. Is that true? Yeah, I think that like just the consensus, there's just consensus upon what a thing is. And I think a lot of times that consensus is wrong. Like I think a lot of times people will get like a term, like in the case of the N word. I don't know, can you say N word without getting pulled? You know, an N word, a racist term that people used to use in the 50s. That was like a thing. And if you lived in a society where the majority of people said you're an N word and everybody else says you're an N word and they all agree, then it would be really, you'd have to wrestle with this thing where it's like, fuck, like I don't want it, I don't want their perception to become my reality. And that's that if it's, I think that causes people to get caught into like paradigms and stuff. And I think that like I just don't want to get caught in your paradigm. I don't want to like cater to your things. I just want to do shit. I just want to live like a Native American. Remember, I always use this example too of like Native Americans. I think to myself a long time ago, there was probably some Native American guy who just wandered the countryside and he just fished and he enjoyed the sunset and he occasionally visited some other Native American fishing village and they're like, hey, that's Jerry the native, and he's like, hey, good Jerry, you're a good man and stuff. And so he just kind of like followed the buffalo and watched the sunrise and he just had a nice beauty. He enjoyed the beauties of the world. And there's this phrase by Shakespeare, which is that nothing nothing is good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. And as long as he just thought like life is great, his life was great. But then he might have been fucked. He might have been fucked once he stumbled into some civilized white world. There was some civilized white world of a bunch of aristocratic assholes who just, they wore like cummerbunds and women crammed themselves into corsets and shit, and the guys stuffed themselves into like 10 layers of unnecessary clothing so that they could feel exalted. And so he came across these people, and then all of a sudden, like, there he is in this village of all these aristocrat people, and at first he thinks like, oh, this is cool, a bunch of strangers, hey, how's it going? And then all of a sudden they go, first shame, you're terrible and stuff. And he goes, oh, like everybody's treating me bad. And then some mother pulls his daughter away from him and goes like, get away from him, you savage. And they go, you're a savage. And all of a sudden he's like, oh fuck, like what's a savage? And then somebody explains to him like, oh, savage, that's you with your gross tan skin, your calluses, and walking around with some buffalo skin covering your penis, like that's just disgusting. You're just disgusting Cretan savage. And he's like, oh fuck, like I don't want to be that. And so as long as he's in this group of these fucking assholes, he might make a mistake. He might make the mistake of suddenly being like, he might look in the mirror and suddenly think, oh no, they're right, I am a savage. Then he's fucked. Nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. And then he might start to go like, well, how do I not be a savage? And then he goes like, oh, I gotta cram myself in this corset. And I don't know, he's trying to fit himself into some weird, uncomfortable clothing. He's trying to cram himself into some awful shoes. He's wearing 10 layers of unnecessary clothing in the hot sun like all these other fools. He was fine. He was fine the way he was, but he got stuck in these other people's paradigm, and he got insulted. And then rather than just being like, fuck you, rather than just being like, this is me, I fucking like my life, when he's eating a fucking fish, being like, I like it, yeah, I'm fucking naked, here I fucking am, fuck all you have fun cramming yourself into corsets and wearing your 10 layers of clothing in the hot sun just to feel exalted. I'm fine like this. Is this illegal? No? Well, then I'm gonna fucking do it. Fuck all of you. I just think that's what he should have done, but it's very hard to do that. It's hard to do that when you're confronted with the people going, oh, for shame. And I think kudos to the homeless people. But here's the trick: if you're going to be a homeless person or you're going to do that, you're not going to get confirmation from the majority. The majority, they have their thing, whatever the fuck they're doing. If they're bowing 3 times to the east, if you're not bowing 3 times to the east, or if you went back to the times when people were building the pyramids, the majority of Egyptians thought that was what you should do. You should go help the pharaoh build the pyramids. If you didn't do that, they'd be like, oh, you're not doing things right. You're not wasting all your day building pyramids. You're not going to change them. They're going to look at you and be like, oh, you're terrible. You're not helping the pharaoh. You just have to do whatever the fuck you're going to do and just ignore those fuckers. So when everybody unfollows me and everybody says like, oh, you're terrible, whatever, you can say have fun in traffic, have fun whatever the fuck you're doing all day, I'm just going to do what I want. But it's hard. It's really hard to go against the grain. It's really hard to stick to your paradigm. But I think it's easier in this time now with live streaming. Now that people are kind of in their bubbles, I can go most of the day without getting any feedback from anybody. And life is pretty good, but I can't look for like confirmation. I can't look for somebody else because they're gonna say like, "Oh, you should be doing what we're doing." Whatever the fuck they're doing. People, you go to Palo Alto. People think, "Oh, you should be smart." You should, and if you're not be smart, people think you're a loser. If you go to Texas, they think you should be like a big tough guy. You should be driving a truck. I just don't want to get caught in other people's paradigm. I just want to do whatever the fuck I want to do with the rest of my life, and that's it. That's it. I have the freedom to do that, and so I just have to exercise that freedom. But I just think there's a weird fucking trap with words. What do you mean? I just want to keep talking about that because I really like that. I feel like that's a good ritual to start the day with. Is just that what? Just that I just don't believe in things. I mean, I'm not a nihilist. I just think there's like as far as I can tell, it just seems like there's a big, infinite, ever flowing everything. And I think there's words that people apply to this infinite, ever flowing everything. And I think that facilitates the idea of a soul. I think there's a trick that happens when your mom looks at you and says, "You're Sean." And then you go, "Oh, I guess it's Sean." But before she said that, there was just light and sound coming into my eyes, or there was perception coming to my eyes, and I was just doing shit. And I think that just happens. That's just the way things are. But if you start thinking in things, I just think it causes weird issues. Like what? Well, for one thing, it's a real pain in the ass to think that there is a you, and if you die, that you is going to be like, where am I going to go when I die? I like the idea of just being like, there is no you. There is no you. You don't have to worry. You're not going to go to some like infinite blackness or something like that. It's just like there's shit happening, and then eventually that shit will stop happening. But there's shit happening all over the world. There's billions of people, and they're having all sorts of stories and perceptions and ways of life that I will never know, and that will just sort of keep happening. And one is as sort of as good as the other. I think that that really is kind of true. Like you are kind of constantly changing, and so like one is kind of as good as another. But you have like a story. You have like an ongoing story in your head. It's kind of like I was trying to think of like some weird children's book story about Bill the Wave. You got Bill the Wave. There's this little wave going along the ocean called Bill. And you might see this bump on the ocean traveling along with like, just like a wave, like a tidal wave. And you might think, there's Bill the tidal wave, right? He's like, go Bill, you keep going. Thing about Bill the tidal wave is even though he has like a consistent shape of like a tidal wave, he's constantly different water. And that's kind of how things seem to be is like people attribute a name and they attribute like a social security number to something that's basically constantly changing. But if Bill has like a constant kind of story in his head, I think that seems like the only thing that sort of keeps a person in that sort of rut. But it can kind of keep him in a rut. Like if he thinks to himself, I'm not going to be able to explain this correctly, but if he thinks to himself, like, I'm just a twirler. Once a twirler, always a twirler. I gotta keep doing my twirling. And he just kind of does this, like, little lame twirling type wave thing. He might never sort of, like, catch the momentum of just something spontaneous. What do you mean, Sean? Well, I just think, like, people think something like, I'm an artist. I'm an artist. They want to believe in a dream. They want to believe that I am a me. They want to believe in some sort of consistently. But meanwhile, the world might suddenly offer you some sort of big tidal wave. There might be something that happens, like Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, he was working on this computer called the Lisa, and the Lisa was named after his daughter. And he sunk like 2 years into the Lisa, and they sunk tons of money into it. And all his lab people were working vigorously on the Lisa. And it's like everybody keep working on the Lisa, but then he saw an opportunity struck. He went to HP and he saw that HP was working on this new invention called the desktop and the mouse. And he looked at that and said, "This is genius." And he said, "Have you guys like gone to market with this?" And they're like, "Nope." And he went zoink, and he said, "We're changing tracks. We're not doing the Lisa anymore." And the people were like, we've been working on this for like 2 years. Like we've sunk millions of dollars into it. He's like, "Fuck it, we're changing course. It doesn't matter. This is better." And that's like really hard to do. They call that the sum, the total total sum fallacy or something like that. Just the idea that if you've already stuck to something, you shouldn't change tracks. And I think that that's a problem with things too. It's like you might think that you're this thing, and you might invest a lot into a thing because you're like, that's my thing. But I think life is constantly anew. Really, if you take away those words, you might just be able to appreciate like things like a kid. When you're a kid, you didn't have all those things. You didn't have all those terms. You didn't have all those ideas of like what you were, and you're free. And maybe you can't really totally get back to that until you're a kid. Maybe that's why people have kids, so they can just get rid of those stories and just be like, hey, like let's just now I'm going up the hill and now I'm going to this lady's house and oh, this is kind of cool. I just think that's a nice way to live, and it would be nice to do that more. Anyway, keep talking, Sean. I'm just gonna keep ranting. I don't really have anything to say, but I'm just gonna make shit up. What else do you feel like talking about, Sean? Yeah, just I think those things are kind of bullshit. I think there's just stories. I think people get stuck in their stories. People, there's a, I don't know. I think there's a flip side to that too, which is just that in the midst of the world constantly changing, it pays to like stick to something. Like maybe it's good to just stick to something and just sort of keep making progress at it, and to sort of doggedly say, I am this thing. I am this thing. You are what you do, and just to dedicate 8 hours to your thing. Maybe it seems like sometimes if you just stick to anything, like if you stick to a job for like 40 years, or a craft or anything, you can probably get something really great. And so maybe it's bad to just switch. Maybe it's good and hard to like doggedly say, I am this. I am an artist and I'm going to fucking do art every day for 8 hours a day. And maybe if you just did anything, if you stuck to anything and just did shit consistently for like 40 years, you could do something really great. I tried that for like 4 years. It's amazingly hard. It seems like no matter what you like, even if you think your favorite thing to do in the world is to just lie in bed and eat cheesecake, you just try doing that for 8 hours a day for like 4 years. There's gonna be days when you don't feel like doing that, and so maybe it's good to like maybe the good thing to do in life in the midst of a lot of chaos is to just try to stick to your thing, your relationship or whatever, through the ups and the downs, and be like, just saying that kind of feels good. I feel like that's another challenge. It's just that like, well, yeah, maybe things are constantly changing. Maybe it's good. Maybe we kind of know that deep down, and we're just like, we have to believe in something. We want to believe in something, and just I'm gonna believe in my wife, and I'm gonna say she's the one, and I'm gonna stick to her through the ups and the downs. She's gonna change. She's gonna get ugly. She's gonna have bad days. We're gonna have fights, but I'm gonna say she's the one, and I'm sticking to her. I think sometimes you can kind of make a thing just through a consistent pattern or a consistent story, and maybe that's what people are trying to do. Maybe people are like, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's like it's the world can seem like kind of a nightmare if it's just like constantly changing. You're like, fuck, I was just working on this fucking sandcastle and now it's just blowing away. Just fucking stay. Like I think that that's like a potential source of like madness. Is just like, it's just like, will you just fucking stay? Will you just fucking stay? I just finished it. I just did it. There it is. It's like this conveyor belt of life. You're like, oh, no, now it's gone. Just fucking stay for just a second. Up, now it's gone. Oh, I said something really cringy. I made a horrible cringy video. Up, it's gone. Like I always get frustrated with like labels and stuff. Somebody will come up to me and say like, you're a nerd. You're once a nerd, always a nerd. And sometimes I think like, if I could just permanently be a nerd, I wish that was true. I wish I was always something. If you can just make me permanently anything, I'll take it. You want to be, if you promise I'll always be a nerd, because I've seen the road ahead, and it seems like in 100 years I'm not going to be a nerd anymore. I'm going to be like a big pile of bones and dirt. But like if you promise that I'm always a nerd, or I'm always an asshole, or any of those labels you want to stick onto me, and I'll always be that, I'll take it. I'll be always something. But it just seems like you're not always anything. The shit fucking constantly changes, and I just wonder how much is a thing? How much can a thing be a thing in a constantly changing world? It just seems like, I don't know. It just feels like the world is kind of like, it's like a cloud world in a weird way, especially with people's behavior. And I just feel like in this particular time, everybody's kind of playing this game where they're looking at these clouds and they're trying to say, it's good, it's bad, it's a plane, it's this. Like with social media and Twitter, people trying to control the story about what a thing is. Some people are saying hunting is a good thing. It's good because of this, and people are trying to cloud that out and say louder with more voices, no, hunting is bad, and they're trying to change the story of like what things are. But I just think it's all kind of bullshit. That's all you can do is you can just people are adamantly saying like, no, it's bad, no, it's good. I just say it's all fucking bullshit. So whatever, nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. Really, I mean, as far as I can tell, things that people say are good, I don't know. One thing I kind of latch onto when I'm trying to think about like what is universally good is just the cardinal virtues. If I'm trying to think like what is good, it seems like in general discipline is good, prudence is good, like being wise with how you spend your time. Um, Courage, practicing courage, not foolishness is good, and just fairness. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to. What is good? Sometimes I think that there might be some sort of universal good. Like if somebody's in like a bad place, like sometimes I think to myself, oh no, I'm in like a bad place. I've come into like a dark point in my life. That feels palpable, or so, it feels like that really is like a thing. Like sometimes you feel like I'm in a good place, or somebody sees somebody and they're like, they all know like that's a good guy. Or if some song on YouTube, if there's a really good song and people all around the world just like it, nobody's told them it's good, and it gets like millions of views on YouTube. Like I always think that any song that's more than like 10 or 20 years old that has more than 3 million views, that's like officially good. And if it has like 100 million views, that seems like some sort of objective goodness, and I don't really know how you account for that. Is that like harmony? Is that like it just pleases human senses? I don't know what it is, but that's like maybe there is some sort of objective good. I don't know. But that's the closest thing I can think of to it. What else, Sean? Just keep ranting. I just think the things are fuck. That world of things is just kind of bullshit. What do you mean? I just think that life is like clouds. What do you mean? I don't know. Keep talking. All right, so talk about that some more. So you've got. I'm just making up some bullshit story. But let's say you've got these two little spirits. There's these two little spirits, and they're sitting around after a nuclear holocaust, and they're bored. They're bored, and there's a girl spirit and a guy spirit, and everything's obliterated from the Holocaust, the nuclear Holocaust. And she's like, "This sucks. There's nothing to do." And one of the spirits says, "Tell me a story. Just tell me a story." And he's like, "I can't tell you a story. There's no words anymore. They blew up all the books. I don't have any words." And she goes, "All right, so let's go back in time. Let's go back in time to when there were words." I'm just making this up. So then they go back and they start. He starts like doing this with his hands, and the world starts cycling back in time, back in time, back in time. And then when they're going back in time, everything starts moving as though like if you were putting if you had a camera outside for thousands of years and then you just started cycling the film back really fast, you'd see that like all this stuff that seems like it's permanent, it would start turning into like clouds. There'd be like cars turning into like uh, keep talking, Sean, don't lose track. All right, so yeah, the things that you think of as permanent, they would be clearly changing. Like cars would be assembled out of like leather and ore and rubber, and then it would kind of go back to the ground. And you'd see like the world would kind of look like a cloud world, I would imagine. Like if you cycled back a video of life on Earth really, really fast, things that you think of as like permanent things would be clearly moving, and it would look like some weird like cloud world. And so in the midst of that cloud world, I don't know that you would be able to make things. I don't know that you would, if you saw that things were clearly moving, how could you make a thing? Because in order to sort of make a thing seem like a thing, seems like what people have to do is something has to appear to stay still long enough that you can make a image of it or a definition of it and say, that's a thing. And then you look at that definition or the image, you say, oh yeah, that's a thing. That's a plane. You have an image of a plane. Oh yeah, there's a pattern that we find in the real world. It looks like this image in a book, so that's a thing. But it's not that thing. It's constantly changing. It's interconnected with its surroundings. That thing is going to morph and change into some other shit. But as long as it's adhering to this pattern in a book, people say, oh, that's that thing. But I don't think it is. I think that's just a definition in a book. And if people made, like you got a pen, right? And so you see pen. Oh yeah, everybody knows that's a pen. It's got a cap. And then you say, this is a hand, or this is a phone. This is a phone, right? So that's a different thing. And go, oh yeah, it's a phone. We've all seen it. People mass produce it. It's a thing. I just think if you took this pen and you took this phone and you fused them together and some guy started marketing that as like a pen, phone, a gerbil D. Gerbil D. This is a gerbil D now, and people made it and they marketed it and it became popular. Gerbil D, yay! And they peddled it, and there became different brands of it, and you saw it stocked in the shelves of like Home Depot or Walmart or whatever. Then that's a thing. That's a thing now. It becomes a pattern, but it's really two things. But now you think that's a thing. It just seems like anything is either can be thought of as a combination a combination of other anything can be thought of as a combination of parts or part of a greater whole. But without the word, that's all that it is. And I think that that's really integral to the way people think of a soul. And I think that caused a lot of issues. It caused a lot of fucking weird problems because, for one thing, it makes people think that they're separate from their surroundings, and they're not. They tend to sort of be like the people they spend time with. The words I'm using right now, I didn't make up any of them, but I think people want to claim credit for the good things they do, and I think they want to blame for the bad things they do. But I just think if there's no soul, which it seems like there's really obviously there's no soul, then there's no free will. There's probably no free will, because if there's no agent in your head who's making these decisions, then there's just shit happening. And I think that like that must seem really obvious. It must seem really obvious to people. Like if you have a judge in a courtroom and he has these, gang criminals come in all the time, doesn't he ever think to himself like, isn't it weird that like all these violent gang criminals, they only come from areas, they mostly come only from areas surrounded by other gang criminals. How come there's no violent gang criminals who come from like rich Marin County? Well, because people are sort of products of the environment. But the people who are in like a good spot in life, they don't want to admit that. They want to say, no, this is my money, I fucking earned it, and I deserve it, and I'm not going to give it away. All the people in America are kind of saying that. But like, don't they think it's weird that like there's just all these like people who are rich and have lots of money in America, and but they earned it. They're responsible. It's just them. But yet there's all these people in Africa who have like nothing, and it's just like, but it's mine. But doesn't that seem like a weird coincidence? There's all these people who are just rich by their own merit and just really hardworking and deserving in America, but there's just all these people who are just kind of not deserving of wealth, who aren't rich in Africa. Doesn't that seem like if people are, you know what I mean? Like if doesn't it seem weird that there were all these kind of like bad guys in Germany in 1945, big concentration of bad guys who deserve to be shot dead because they're bad Nazis. Millions of them, all over, concentrated in Germany in 1945, but in America there just happen to be all these good guys. What a weird coincidence. If people are these like independent agents who are responsible for their own lots in life, why is their lot in life and their the things they're blamed for so similar to the people around them? Because they're not. Because they're obviously not. I mean, that deviates like a little bit, but like try to be like a millionaire in Ethiopia. You're not going to do it. It's going to be really, really hard. And so it seems like that's really obvious, but still people are like, no, I did this, I earned it. They don't want to admit that they're products of their environment, that they stand on the shoulders of geniuses, that they're just kind of blowing in the wind. If I really had to say, that's what I think. I think there's no ghost in the machine. I think if you got some machine to process stuff and start talking, if you had a machine and it took in sensory information and it had little thoughts, and some of those thoughts were, I'm Jerry the machine, and it started saying, I seem to be having thoughts, and I'm Jerry the machine, and people say, yeah, you're Jerry the machine, you're a good guy, and Jerry goes, I'm a good machine, like then that's alive. I think that's alive, and I really think that's kind of like that's all that's happening as far as I can tell. I hope that's wrong. I hope that there are souls and stuff like that, but if I really had to say it, I think so. Basically the point is, I think that blame and credit, if that's the truth, then blame and credit is kind of bullshit. But then you can't really get mad at people either. Like if there's some people who are punishing criminals and stuff, you can't get mad at them and say, hey, you're doing the wrong. They're not in control of themselves either. They're just going with some. They're just doing their thing too. And so I don't really know, but that's the way things seem to me. What else, Sean? What else do you want to say about that? There's so many weird things that go with that idea, and I just think that that's like a continual problem. What, just attributing names to attributing words that don't change to like a constantly changing world. And I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. You want to be a thing. You want to be a thing. You want to be a good thing. You want to have like a good story. I want to look at myself and say I'm a good guy. And it just seems like it's a little trap, because it's like, oh, you want to be a good thing. Well, then you're going to be subject to being called a bad thing, and you have to like control the narrative. And so I'm just going to try to control my own narrative. Can I do that? Can I just look at myself and be like, I'm fucking great. I don't have to comb my hair. I don't have to shave. I think I'm fucking great. Or do you have to like cater to the narrative of what you're in? Do you have to think, well, these people don't think you're good, and so you're going to have to go whatever the hell they say is good. If you lived in an area where everybody said you're not good unless you have 1,000 tulips, you're like, fuck, I got to go get 1,000 tulips. Do you want to go get 1,000 tulips? I think to myself, I don't want to get 1,000 tulips. I just want to do what I want to do. What do you want to do, Sean? I don't know. I just want to fuck a hot chick. That's all I want to do. Short of rape, I just want to fuck a hot chick. But I can't. I can't fuck a hot chick because that's what everybody else wants to do too. People have all these weird ideas about like what is the purpose of life? What is my purpose? What is the true purpose? They say I'm an artist. That's my purpose. Okay, I don't know. I guess if you can believe that and stick to it for like 40 years, I guess that is good. There's another weird thing with that thing of like things is like sometimes people have a thing, they stick to a thing, they want to believe in a thing, and so they like with me, like I don't know, didn't always want to be an artist. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an architect. At some point, I wanted to be an astronaut, and then at some point when I was in third grade or something, my mom said, "You're really good at art. You should be an artist." And I thought to myself, "That's my dream. That's my thing." And it's nice to believe in a thing in like a constantly changing world. It's really comforting, and it's nice to believe in souls. I think you're gonna believe in souls no matter, like if I talk to somebody, I'm not gonna be like, there is no you, you're nobody. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna talk to them like there's a soul. I'm gonna still love my dog, and I really do love my dog. And I don't know how you love somebody if they don't have a soul. That's a weird phenomenon. But you feel like, I feel comforted with my dog. I feel like I know my dog, and I don't know if that's imagined. That's another weird phenomenon about souls is like, even if they're imagined, people don't care. They're like, we don't fucking care if you nihilist asshole. We love our loved ones and we don't care if whatever they are, that's what we like. I like that idea too. I like the idea that like even if souls are imagined, even if people celebrate like some person and that person isn't really that person, they're like, we don't care. Humanity loves and celebrates I don't know, some a large section of humanity loves and celebrates somebody like Obama or Rihanna. They're like, Rihanna, we love Rihanna. Or Ellen DeGeneres. People go, we love her, she's great. And they just, it's almost like again, it's like, even if it's like a collective imagining or some packaged story, fiction, some brand, even if it's just a brand, people don't even care. People love fictional characters. People love Woody from Toy Story. It's basically a fictional character, and people are like, we don't fucking care. We love that Woody, and he's great, and he makes us happy, and that's weird. Is that weird? It just seems like that's the way people operate. They want to believe in things. They want to believe in souls, and they are comforted by them. To think of some soulless world that feels like some barren wasteland is really kind of, is it awful? Yeah, it's pretty awful, I guess. I don't want to do it. I don't even know if you can do that. I always think to myself like, well, if that soul idea is kind of bullshit, then I should just be able to think that. I should just be able to go like, I'm not going to fall for that. Let me just think of myself as no one. Give me like a few hours and people will start talking to me and people will start saying, oh, this, and they'll start, even just the manner in which somebody treats me seems to be saying, I go, oh, you're treating me like I'm a good guy, and so you must think I'm a good guy, or you're treating me like I'm a homeless person, and so you see me as a homeless person. And I'm like, I don't want your perception to become my reality. I feel like I should just be able to say, no, I'm no one. I'm no one. Don't try to pin some weird perception of what you think I don't want to think that I don't want to think that I'm what you think. Whatever, even if it's good, I don't want to think that like I don't want you to tell me what I am. I just want to be free. I just want to be free. It feels like hard to like retain that. Within a short period, I'm going to get some feedback that's going to indicate what I am, and then I'm going to start to think, oh, they're right. Maybe they're right. I should just do something different. I don't know. I feel like that's impossible to retain. It's impossible to retain like just I am no one. Can I do that? I can't. I'm going to look at myself. Anyway, what's your point, Sean? There's no point. No point. I'm just trying to speak my truth. But what, Sean? Keep talking. Keep talking. Can you keep talking? Yeah. No things, no souls. Oh, right. Somebody can, again, a weird problem with sort of believing in things is like, you might think that you're an artist. I might think that I'm an artist, But then like, what if there's no ability to do, or what if that the ability to do that art has kind of gone bad? What if that window of time has changed and I'm stuck with the story that like I'm an artist and I want to cling to that thing? It's like, well, if that's not serving me anymore, then I think that it's bad. You can stick to a thing, like you can think that like you have this love of your life, and you're like, she's the one, she's the one. You want to believe in a one. I want to believe in a one. I should stop saying you. I want to believe that there's a one. I want to believe that I'm special. I want to believe that there's a special somebody, and she's the one, and she's special, and I love her. But then what if she's gone? What if she dies? What if she won't have me anymore? It's like now you're clinging to this idea of a one, and that one is gone. I think it's important. It seems like it would probably be good to be like, look, like it seems like if you got a good thing going, it's good to believe in that thing. But if that thing goes bad, it seems like it's good to be like, I don't believe in things anymore. Yeah, like in the case of like you love somebody and you think they're the one, and you're betrothed to them, and then they're dead. I think it's kind of like, well, you can just you can you can you can dig them up and cling to them every night. There was some guy who did that in like the 20s. There was this guy with a beard who had a crush on some singer lady, and he dug up her dead body and had sex with her corpse all the time. Anyway, you could do that. I think that's a bad idea. I think you should find a different one that's alive and well and that you can have a better life with. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, it's just a weird thing about thinking about a thing and telling yourself a story about how that's the one. That's the one. What else do you mean? Yeah, I just think that that's a problem. What's a problem? Just believing in a thing, believing in things. I just think that there are no things. I think that things are facilitated by a word. You got kind of jostled talking about that fucking a corpse thing. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. That was a little intense. I forgot what I was gonna say. Um, I just think that that's it's a thing that people want to do. They want to believe in a you. They want to believe in a me, and that can it be. Oh yeah, like with a criminal, like you have sometimes you'll have criminals that go to jail and they think of themselves as they have what's called being a born again Christian. And a born again Christian, the whole idea of a born again Christian, as far as I can tell, is like, some guy who's having a really good life. He has a good reputation, and he's Jerry, the good guy, and he runs a foundation, and he's helping lots of children. And they go, "Oh, Jerry, you're a good guy," and they give him lots of money, and they help him with his organization. He likes that. He's enjoying the reputation of being like, "Jerry, you're just a good guy, and you were born to start this foundation. You are a great fundraiser." And he's like, I always knew I was a fundraiser. Since I was a little kid, my mom, I found I had a talent for organizing funds, and that's my purpose. My purpose is to be a fundraiser. So he's enjoying his like, I'm Jerry the good guy, and I'm a very talented fundraiser. Those terms are working for him. But then there's some other guy on the other side of town who became a criminal. He became a criminal, and he became like a drug dealer criminal, and everyone said, "You're just a little criminal, you're a little hoodlum." He's like, "Well, fuck, I guess that's what I am." And he starts doing a bunch of criminal stuff, and then people are say, "You're a bad guy," and he's like, "That's right, I am fucking bad, and I don't give a fuck." And so he's he's Bobby the criminal bad guy. And so that was working for him for a while, but then he got in jail. He got busted, he got put in jail, and people are like, "You're a bad guy, you're just a hoodlum, and we need to put you away." So he goes to jail, and then in jail, they have the born again Christian thing where they look at Bobby and they say, "Look, Bobby, I know there's this world where people tell you that you're a thing, and people have told you for a very long time that you're Bobby, the criminal bad guy. But look, I just want to tell you, there really aren't. Those things, they're not really real. There aren't real things. You are born again. We're giving you a clean slate. You are no longer Bobby the criminal. That is not true. You have it. You are born again." And so if he kind of believes that, he can kind of shed that story and go, "I'm absolved." And if he can start doing good things, and he can be in some new society with new people, he gets around away from all his old influences and people who think that he's a bad thing. He can start to develop a reputation as like a good thing. And I just think that that's kind of the way things operate, is like, especially applied to like identity. That thing is not a thing, and sometimes that identity is serving you, but sometimes it's not. And so what's the point? Again, just the fucking confusion, the confusion of words, the confusion in believing in a thing in a constantly changing world. It just causes so many weird delusions. And I just think it's weird how like I will just start to believe those. I'll start to like worry about like what thing I am, worry about what thing other people think I am, what worry about like Like, what is this? What is that? Is it good? Is it bad? It's almost like I can't keep those out of my head. Almost like trying to just like meditate, and then some things will float into my head. And so I just want to say this fucking mantra. Say it every day. If it just sheds that for just one day, and then that shit's gonna float in my head again. Within a couple days, I'm gonna think, oh fuck, I'm a this, I'm a that. This is this. This is good. This is bad. I should go chase the good. And I'm just like, no, no. There's no. Those aren't fucking real. Let me just do shit. Let me just do shit, and let me just try to, as much as possible, try to control um, my perception. Yeah, I mean, just I don't know. I just want to try to get to the heart of like, what do I want to do? Not what other people want me to do, just what do I want to do, and just try to do it. And what do I think is good, and try to do it. Like a lot of the world, the majority of the world, they think that they think meat is good. Meat is a good thing, like killing animals and eating them, and chicken McNuggets, those are good, and those vegans are bad. I think that, to me, that's an example of one of many paradigms in the world that just seems totally obviously wrong, but most people think it's good. And I'm just like, you guys are all full of shit. You guys are all totally wrong. If that's right, then I don't want to be right. If I'm crazy for thinking that it's wrong to castrate billions of pigs and cows and sheep who are clearly alive, they're just as smart as our dogs. They've got eyes, they've got ears, they definitely feel pain and fear. But it's cool to like cram them into pens and cut their nuts off and take their kids away from them and then slit their throats violently when you don't even have to do that today. I think you guys are all full of shit. You guys are fucking. If that's normal in society, then I don't agree with society. I think you guys are all fucking wrong, and I think you're sadistic, and I think you're callous. You're not always that, but I'm just saying that like I'm just saying that I think there are a lot of paradigms that are going on today which seem like they're just obviously wrong, and so there's probably a lot of other things like that that I don't agree with. And again, I don't even know if there is wrong. I think like Shakespeare said, maybe nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. And so, but I don't want to think that that's good. I don't want to think that it's cool to step on and choke the life out of some other being just because they're not as strong and smart as you. People are so full of shit in that regard, because like those guys who say like, this is the food chain, bro, this is the natural order of things. If we make artificial intelligent robots and they're stronger and smarter than us, and they imprison those hunters kids and them, and they're gonna like kill and eat them because they're dumber and they can't do anything about it, none of those hunter guys are gonna look at their kid being like, this is the food chain, son, this is the natural order of things, this is the way it should go. They're gonna be like screaming like, no, we didn't do anything, don't hurt us, this is bad, this is my son. Well, that's what those animals are saying too, but people are just like, well, they're dumber and they can't do anything about it, fuck them. And that's like, just seems obviously wrong. I mean, they're clearly alive. Do we have to kill them? No. Do they have feelings like pain and fear? Yep. Isn't it bad to unnecessarily inflict pain and fear? Yep. But you're gonna do it. Yeah. Well, that's fucking wrong. It just seems like it's kind of a scary idea too, because what it means is like people would probably do that to anybody who couldn't fight back. Like if black people couldn't like fight for their rights, people probably would have choked the fucking life out of them. If women couldn't fight for voting, people probably would have just never given them shit. It's just like people, if they can't fight back, I don't know. If that meat thing though is like really just kind of like, Jesus Christ, people are fucking nasty little monsters. They're not all like that, I know, but just a lot of them are. And just that just seems like really obviously wrong since I was a kid. And I'm not trying to be like holier than thou. People throw that, they say, oh, you're just trying to virtue signal, whatever. I've spit in my girlfriend's face. I've been bulimic. I've stolen thousands of dollars from my dad. Let's just say I'm a terrible person. I'm not always a terrible person, but let's say I'm a terrible person. That meat shit is also terrible. It's totally obviously wrong. It should be banned. It's not necessary. It's bad for the environment. It's just a fucking atrocity. It's fucking atrocity. It's so obviously wrong. If it's cool, if it's fine to do that, have a pig on TV. Like all these guys who are like, I hunt pigs. It's cool. Okay. On your little podcast, like I was thinking Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's like, hunting pigs is cool. Okay, bring a pig into the studio and just stab it to death. Watch it like gasping for breath and say, this is good. This is like a good thing. No, people would be horrified. I have so many refutations for that. People say shit like, they say, well, plants are alive. Well, if you show somebody stepping on a plant on TV, it's not going to trigger some sort of like YouTube block. People aren't going to be horrified. It's like, oh, you stepped on a plant, big deal. But you step on a pig who's smarter than our dogs, and you can transplant a pig's tissue into our own. It's going to be horrific. You're going to see that pig gasping for breath because they're similar enough to us that it seems like their pain is like ours, and it's horrible. It's obviously horrible, but they hide it. As long as slaughterhouses have glass walls. Um, what is that quote? You're getting a little worked up, Sean. If slaughterhouses had glass walls, we'd all be vegetarians. If you could see that shit, like if there's nothing wrong with it, just show it. Just show it. And people would be like horrified. They have to hide it. They have to hide it, but it's fucking obviously wrong. All right, Sean. All right, you've said your thing. Let's go back to that no soul thing. I do love that no soul quote. Do you feel good? Do you feel like you've said your thing? Do you feel like you've had your spiritual cleansing? There is something. There does feel like there's something really cathartic and freeing about that no soul mantra. Let's just say it again. I got nothing to do for 10. I got to walk my dogs in 10 minutes. Um, in a world, I always say this, in a world where everything is constantly changing and everything is in flux, the only thing that makes anything seem separate or stable is a word. A word creates an imaginary border around what is otherwise a constantly flowing, interconnected everything. What does that mean? It just means things are bullshit. What does that mean? It means that what it just seems like a word says what a thing is and a thing isn't, but without the word, there's nothing that says that a thing is stable or separate. What does that mean? It means just that. I just think that things are bullshit. What do you mean? I just think that the world, there's just one big interconnected, ever-flowing everything. And why do you say that? Because I just think that's how it is, as far as I can tell. Don't you think that's kind of an oversimplification? Do you think that maybe you could be wrong, Sean? Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't know. I think that seems like the way things are, right? If you analyze something over a long period of time, it seems to change, and it also seems like it's interconnected with its surroundings. What do you mean, Sean? I just think that you'll never find a human that you'll never find a human existing without oxygen in their lungs. So why isn't that oxygen part of the human? Where's the separation between the oxygen in their lungs and the human? That oxygen is being processed by their body and turned into it's the oxygen is constantly being absorbed into their blood and turned into their like blood cells. Same with the food gestating in their stomach. Like, when is that stuff officially part of them? Nobody has an answer. When is the fetus officially separate from its mom? Nobody has an answer, because there's no separation. And like the words that are coming out of my mouth, I didn't make up any of them. Like, if I'm listening to some people and they're selling some idea, that's not like my idea. If somebody's listening to me right now, my thoughts are their thoughts. Like, there's no real like separation there, but people have this imaginary separation, and it just causes some weird things. It makes people think that that they're separate, and they're not. They're not. I don't think there is, and I don't think there is a you. I don't think there is a me, because it just doesn't make sense. If you get brain damage and you become retarded, what happened to your soul? If you die and go to heaven after you had a stroke, like which version goes to heaven? The retarded version with after the stroke, or the original you, or the 5-year-old you? I just don't think it's real. Great. I think it's just an illusion created by words. All right, Sean, you said it over and over and over. Have you beaten that into the ground? Do you feel free? Do you feel like you adequately believe that enough to not get caught up in thinking that you're a loser or some other label that's going to plague you throughout the day and shape your behavior? Yes. Yeah. I wasn't old. Like, I'm looking at myself right now and I think, oh man, I'm going to look in the mirror and I'm going to think, oh no, I'm a loser. And then I'm going to go, oh, what? I better go do some shit that people say I should do. But I got to remind myself, I wasn't always a loser. I know what to do to not be a loser. I'm not stupid. I can go, get a job, clean up, have nice hair, and then you go, I'm productive, and I just don't want to fall for that shit anymore. I just don't want to like chase other people's paradigms. I don't want to think that I'm a thing. You just do shit. Just do shit. That's all I want to do. I just want to do shit, and I don't want to believe in things. Is that possible? Sure, but you're not going to change other people's perception. That's what people seem like they're trying to do. They're trying to go on Twitter and social media, and they're trying to say, you're this bad thing, and they're trying to like change them. That's what I do too. I try to change people about the meat industry. I say, you hunters are bad, and they're going, no, we're good, and they don't want to change. And if some hunter thinks, fuck, I am bad, he's going to like change. And it just seems like everybody's doing that. People don't really have people don't even really know what the fuck you're supposed to do with your life. Like, there's stories about like, you're supposed to get a house, you're supposed to have a kid, that's good. But like 40,000 years ago, nobody did that. Like, people didn't have houses, people didn't have picket fences, people didn't have cars. The idea that like you gotta have a car, that's just it's a convention, and it's a popular convention, and you can just kind of get lulled into it by people who just say, that's bad, it's bad, you don't have that, and then you're fucked, and you're chasing, you just have this like cookie cut life, and you're just, other people are making you do shit because they're saying like, you should do what we do. Because nobody, it just seems like people don't really know what the fuck you're supposed to do with your life, which is really kind of awful because you could kind of do anything. I always think to myself, like, people do this, like, these humdrum patterns in their life, and I see all these adults. It always trips me out, like, kids. When I was a kid, I just thought to myself, like, you could do anything. You could do anything. You could turn your house. If I had my own house, I think, like, why wouldn't I just turn my house, make, like, a big room full of Chuck E. Cheese bouncy balls, or have, like, a water slide, or have, like, I don't know, some, like, little secret tunnels going up from the first floor to the second floor with, like, little putting green or something like that, or like a little pillow tube that you could wander through the top floor to the second floor. There's so many things that you could do and creative things you could do in life, but people, by the time you're an adult, you're locked into all these like, I got to do what everybody else does. I just want to make a living. I just want this normal humdrum life that everybody else has. You could do anything. You could do anything. You could do some weird fucking shit. And that's what I want to do. I just want to do some fucking weird shit, and I don't want to get caught up in people's fucking things. They're things, they're paradigms. I don't fucking believe in them. Yeah? Yeah, then do it, Sean. Why are you talking like this? Because I have to assert my point of view just like everybody else. I have to go onto social media and say like, you're full of shit, you're wrong, and I'm not fucking falling for your thing. Yeah? Yeah, because the world will try to, just the way that people are living, just the way that I see like a big sea of people going off into traffic, and just their actions make me think like, oh, maybe I should do what they're doing. Maybe I should do what they're doing. And I think to myself, no, no, they're all, don't, Sean, don't do it. Don't get lulled by by the, the paradigm. Yeah? You don't sound convinced, Sean. I don't know. I just like this ranting shit. Let's keep ranting. What else do you want to say? I don't know. Again, Sean, you're not going to convince. If you're looking for feedback from the outside world, you're really going to have to go it alone. Can you do that? Can you do that? That seems like a very, very hard thing to do. What? Go it alone. Just believe your own, live your own way without getting roped by the paradigm. It's hard to do. What do you mean? Well, my brother took a vacation. He took a vacation to Europe. Took a vacation to Europe, and he was struck by how strange it was that when he was in England, people were a certain way. They were like, oh, they're kind of like a little more prim and proper than Americans. And then in the next part of the cruise, he went to Denmark, and he noticed in Denmark everybody was really happy. Like people seemed like particularly happier than America or England. And then in the next part of the cruise, he went to Russia, and he noticed that everybody in the streets in Russia was like real glum and sad. And I was just thinking to myself, like, how hard it would be if you were from Denmark and you suddenly found yourself in Russia to walk around and just be the one happy guy. It's like everybody in Russia is like fucking, and you just want to be like, I'm just happy. You could do that for like a day or two. You could do it for like 3 days, 4 days, but you're gonna get a lot of looks from people like, what are you fucking smiling at, you fucking weirdo? Don't you know that that's not normal? You should be like glum like us. Just them being like that. You don't want to be the one person just smiling. So even though all these other fools are being miserable their whole life, it's really hard to go against the gravity of that for long, and eventually it just seems like you're gonna just, your happiness is gonna go away, and you're gonna get sucked back into the fucking gravity of the just low life, stupid, unexamined paradigm that you're surrounded by. And those people all might be fucking wrong, but you're not gonna change them. Like you might sort of stick to your fucking smile, and maybe one or two other people go, yeah, like why don't I smile? But it's really hard to like maintain that all the time against the weight of like a million people around you just being like, fucking girl. So I don't know. I don't know how long I can do it. How long you can do what? Just how long I can just do my own thing without looking for confirmation, and just I'm worried that the gravity of my paradigm is gonna drag me back into some stupid cookie cut life of like, okay, I got a job. All right, I got a girlfriend. All right, like yeah, pay bills, pay for some house that I'm not gonna even own until I'm fucking dead. Oh, on your deathbed, it's like, oh, you're about to die, and then you're like, hey, you just paid off your house, great, and then the bank repossesses it, and it's just What? I don't know. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get caught in your paradigm. Well, then do your own thing, Sean. Do your own thing. What are you talking about? This is my own thing. I just want to rant. Can I just do this? I just want to rant for a while. Yeah? Yeah, I want to speak my truth. Why? Because it's better than just listening to other people's paradigm and just living according to them. Yeah? Yeah. I don't know. This I like this. You do? I do like this. I just want to keep doing it. I wish I Let's think about getting a job, Sean. You look like a real homeless person. Why don't you just go get a job? I don't need the money. Would you do your job if you didn't need the money? What do you mean? Well, I just think, you probably wouldn't do your job if you didn't need the money. Because if you would, then you would do it on the weekend, or you would do it for free. What would you do if you didn't have to go to if you didn't need the money, what would you do? I think you would probably just do what you want, right? So I should just do what I want because I don't need the money. Yeah? Yeah. What else, Sean? Um, I lost my train of thought. Um, I don't know. Keep talking, Sean. Let's talk for like another 20 minutes. There's something going on right now called the Great Resignation. And there's a lot of people, I keep reading about it. I see an article in the news about it every day. It seems like a lot of people are kind of thinking like, fuck this retail job. Why am I doing this? Why are these people doing it? Well, I see it outside my window. There's all these people in traffic with their Roto-Rooter trucks and stuff. And I wonder like, why are they doing it? Well, they probably don't have a parent who's paying their bills. That's one thing. And then also, I think in a lot of cases, they either want sex. I'm guessing they either want sex. They either need to pay for their own place, or they want sex. And somebody's like, I'm not gonna fuck you unless you have a job. And so they go get a job and go, will you fuck me now? They get a job and they get their own place. Or they've already fucked somebody and then they have a kid and they're like, oh, I got to pay for this kid now. And that seems to be sort of like what I wonder. Like, why would you go do that? Why would you go do some shit that you hate all day to buy a bunch of shit that you don't need? Why would you do that? Because they want to be like good citizens? I don't think so. Like again, like I think to myself, if I don't, I just think a lot of people are trying to vie for superiority in a lot of cases, maybe to try to get laid. But I think in a lot of cases they just want to buy a bunch of garbage and show it off on the internet and be like, I got a fucking Tesla, bitches. I don't want to do that shit either. Um, I don't even want that. I gotta shake myself out and be like, don't get caught up in that shit. Why? Because you can't buy your time back. You got a certain amount of tickets and you can spend them however you want. It'd suck to get sort of bullied out of your time in life, spending it on some shit that you don't even want, and then you get to the end of your life and you bought a bunch of garbage that you don't even want, and the Grim Reaper is coming to get you, and you're like, can I trade this? I want more time. Can I trade this like Lamborghini back for my time? Nope, sorry, you don't get more time. Come on, Sean, keep. You should get on with your day. No, I want to keep talking about that. Why not get a job? I forgot. I forgot. Come on, can we think of a bunch of reasons? We wrote down a bunch of reasons why not to get a job. Uh, let's recite those. I forgot. Don't you think getting a job would make for a better life? No, because I've had many a job and it doesn't make a better life. I guess it can. It makes you look like you got a better life because you can get like it gives you a job does too. It gives you a reason to be upstanding. I think that's kind of like a good benefit. It gives you a reason to take a shower and it puts you in a mode where you can just be nice to people. And sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I think that like fake never mind. What do I want to say? I don't know. I have to talk myself into like not getting a job. I have this little script. I have a script I wrote. What was it? It was called Reasons to Keep Doing This. All right. Reasons not to get a job. Don't fall for it, Sean. Um, all right. So why not get a job again? Um, well, I just think if everybody in the world was basically like some people say like get a job so you can help the community. People aren't doing a job to help the community. If that really was like the nature of people and everybody was like, come on, we got to, the world is out there working to like help Africans. It's like, we got to pull these people out of poverty. If the jobs that people had were like, let's make the world, collectively working, making the world a better place, or um, we're like heroically saving children in Africa with our labor, I'd think like, well, maybe I would do that. Like that's one reason I can think of to actually get a job is like sponsor like 10 kids in Africa. That feels like a worthwhile thing to do. But I just don't want to get caught like buying shit that I don't want. I don't want to do that. I don't want to just buy a bunch of garbage. Um, if I went and got a job, I'd have to leave my dogs at home the whole day and they wouldn't get any walks per day. I don't need the money. Would you do your job if you didn't need the money? I don't want to spend my life doing something I hate to buy shit I don't need. Because there'd be no hope for parole, no light at the end of the tunnel. I could be the best insurance CEO in the world. I'd rather do what I love because everything don't mean a thing if it ain't what you want. What does that mean? Yeah, everything don't mean. Well, I don't know. What do you want, Sean? If you go down some road that at the end of that road is something you don't want, maybe you shouldn't go down that road. Like, what do you want? If doing that job is never going to get you something you want, then why would you do it? I don't know. I don't want to get married for no reason and buy a house for no reason and have a kid for no reason because I'd be unhappy and I'd feel like a slave. Is that true? I don't know. Again, I think nothing. It might be true that nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. And I suppose that if I had a wife and a kid and I found a way to think of it as like a positive thing, it could probably be kind of positive. Pussy feels really good. Good old fashioned dick and vagina with no condom is really, 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 really good. Really? Well, it's good for what? I don't know. I could imagine that could also get not good. Anyway, but I don't want to. Yeah, I just think like slaving away for some evil bitch who's just telling you like, what kind of man are you? Your life is over. Go buy diapers. Who else would want to deal with you? That's fucking horrible. That's what my dad did. I think that's no good. I don't want to do that. But it would be nice to fuck a hot chick, right? Yeah, if I can knock up a hot chick, then I'll get a job. But without that, it seems like it's not really worth it. Just getting commanded around by some shrew. That's what my dad did. It's horrible. It's a fate worse than death. Everyone says you shouldn't have a kid if you don't want one. I got to keep my snowball rolling through the ups and the downs. Can't jump ship. Just pick one stock and stick with it for 40 years. What does that mean? Well, that's something I used to tell myself when I was making 3D heads. It's just like, you've got this craft. That's actually kind of, I guess, a good reason to stick with a career or something. It's just like, it seems like in general, if you stick with anything and you're continually improving at it, and if telling yourself that's your job and having the ritual of whatever gets you to just do that thing for 8 hours a day, if you can keep that going for 2 years, 4 years, 20 years, you might have something really good. You could probably have something really valuable in a career, right? Like this guy's been doing this for 20 years. He probably has like a very valuable trade. And so that's a good reason to get a job. But I don't have a trade. I don't have a snowball. And so, but, I just assume nobody's listening to this. But if you're listening to it and you have a trade, maybe don't bail out. Because if you do jump ship and you start over, that can be really disastrous. Seems like it's good to like keep a good thing going, and it's hard. It's hard in the midst of a world of constant change. Everyone, I don't have time to start from scratch. My drawings and 3D models are absolutely getting better every year. Oh shit, this is gonna make me want to do 3D models again. You're still gonna get older, and in 70 years you'll lose everything no matter what you do. But you can still own the dash. Do it your way, not like one who kneels. What does that mean? You're still going to get older, and in 70 years you'll lose everything no matter what you do, but you can still own the dash, do it your way, not like one who kneels. What does that mean? Sounds like some low life shit. No, it's great. I don't know. There was some war hero. There's a war hero guy who was in Afghanistan. He won the Medal of Honor. He saved a bunch of people, and he has this term called "own the dash." And in "own the dash," he basically says that like on your tombstone, you've got the time you were born and the time that you're going to die, and then you've got this dash in the middle, and you should be able to own that dash. You should be able to control the time. That's your time. That's when, as long as you're alive and breathing, you in theory should be able to choose what you want to do and say. You have like, right? I mean, I don't really believe in free will, but it seems like you should be able to control that time. It seems like it would be kind of a shame to get bullied out of that time by other people's paradigm, or just being like, oh, I hope you like me, or having some evil shrew come and take all your time and channel it into some house and kid that you don't even want. She's like, I've got fucking plans for you. You're washed up. Nobody wants to deal with you. I need a house and I want a kid and you're going to fucking buy it. That seems like that you got bilked. You got bled. You got bled, bled. You got used. Is that good? I don't know. If you're getting a good trade, if you have like a good win-win exchange, if you're getting something from a spouse, or you're getting something from a job that feels like it's a win-win situation, you're getting something in exchange and you're happy and they're getting something in exchange, then that's good. But if you're not, that's bad. And I just think I can't find a good exchange. I can't find a good job that will exchange something for my time that I find worth it. And so I just want to, my time is more valuable to me than the world will offer me for it. And same thing with a spouse. I feel like my freedom is more valuable to me than anything that a female could give me. But is that really true? I don't know. Pussy, pussy. good old fashioned dick and vagina, that's pretty great, right? But it lasts about 15, 20 minutes. You might get it like twice, 2 or 3 times a week. And then if you're slaving away at some horrible job for 40 hours a week, 40 hours a week plus 5 hours a week in traffic for maybe 100 minutes a week of sex, that's a that's some expensive sex. That's some, if you hate what you're doing, it's like I don't know if that's worth it. Well, what else do you get from a relationship? You get a lot of bad things. Honestly, you lose your freedom. I lose my freedom. I would lose my freedom. I would potentially like really get into fights with that person. I might have to go to like dinner parties and vacations and just you. It seems like if you're in a relationship with somebody, you're kind of in this like potato sack race. You're kind of stuck in this potato sack, and if you both can coordinate like that couple in The Incredibles, and you can say, "Let's go, mother, kids, and family," and you're like, "Ready? We're going in the same direction. We have the same goals." That's good. But if you're just like, "Oh, I want to go this way, I want to go that way," and you're stuck in this potato sack, that's kind of awful. Is it awful? Yeah. There's a weird phenomenon too. I'm always fascinated with about like the trade of what just how there's a longing for connection. There's like I have a longing for connection, but then at the same time, my mom said that my dad was always in this mode of being like, come to me, but also go away. And I feel like I'm always doing that too. Like I want connection with like another person, but I'm also like, don't absorb me. Don't like I don't want to be chained to you. And it feels like that's like a fucked up situation in my life. Is always just like I want connection with somebody, but if they dominate, if I get fused to them, I'm sort of I have to compromise. Otherwise, it becomes kind of hellish, and so feels like again there's sort of a trade in that. What do you mean? There's another weird story I've been thinking about. Some weird silly, some weird silly, what? Some weird silly children's book to be made out of this that's supposed to be kind of deep, but I haven't really figured it out. But some story about like some white blobs and some black blobs. And the white blobs are like, they think they're the good guys. And they're like, we just want unity. We just want peace. We just don't want all this conflict. We just want to unite. Everybody should unite. And the black blobs are like, we don't want to fucking unite. We're trying to keep ourselves separate. The black blobs are putting up walls, kind of like the Republicans and the Democrats. And they're like, no, peace and unity. We should all be one. And so the white blobs are trying to unify with the black blobs, kind of like I don't know, like the Confederates and the Union or something. Anyway, they're trying to merge, and they think they're doing the right thing by just being like, no, we just all want to be one. Just please, we just should get along and just be one unit. And then the black blobs are like you don't know this, white blobs, but just trust me, you don't want to be one. What do you mean? I don't know. I just like the idea of like the white blobs are just like clingy and they're just please, we just want to love you. We just want to be together. We want to be one unit. And then like they're just about to fuse together, and the black blobs are just like the white blobs are like, thank God you've stopped fighting with us. We're gonna unite. And the black blob at the last minute looks at him and he's like, you don't know this, but just trust me. It's better that we're fucking separate. It's better that we fucking fight and that we have our differences. And he slashes them apart. He goes like they're about to unify into some one big gray homogeneous unchanging single and lonely blob. And the black blob, he has some weird memory of a time back in ancient times when they used to be one big gray blob, and they were just fucking alone. They were just fucking alone. He remembers that they used to be unified as one big blob, and they're like, fuck, we're all alone, and we're just this one big single gray thing. This is horrible. I want difference. I want others. I want there to be diversity. And so he breaks apart into like a lot of little separate different color blobs. And then there's all this fighting, but they're not alone. There's a variety. There's like yous, there's me's. And so I don't know. I just think that there's like a good story to be made there. There's a sacrifice. It seems like there's a sacrifice where if you do unify into like a family or you unify into a couple, it's good. You have that unity as long as you're kind of going the same direction, but you're going to kind of lose your identity a little bit. You're going to lose your freedom. And so I don't know. I feel like there's like you're kind of fucked as a human in a way, but maybe there's something noble about sacrifice. Maybe that's what like a good adult does. Maybe getting a job and and merging as like a family unit is kind of like a premature death. It's a premature. Is it like a premature death? I don't know. It's just that you're kind of losing your freedom, but you're facilitating and aiding and sacrificing for a new life. I do think that's kind of noble. It's kind of noble to think about somebody at 40 or 50 making the wise decision about like, well, I'm getting worse, but I'm channeling my life efforts. I'm nurturing another mind before mine expires. And I think that that might just be that's probably like a wise thing to do. Is it a wise thing to do? I don't know, but yeah, probably. People have been doing it for millions of years. If nobody did it, that would be really bad. So it seems like that's probably, it seems like the people who get married and have kids, they're kind of the good guys. They're the good guys. I don't know. Kind of. I always feel that way. I feel like you're not going to tell the lonely people without kids. They're not going to win telling the married people, you guys are all fools, because like I don't know, like God or somebody, he's on the side of the people who have kids because that needs to happen. We're all here because somebody had kids, and so that seems good. Does it seem good? Again, I'm always wondering like, is there like a universal good or bad? But another version of like universal good does seem like kids. Like sometimes I've been around like a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old, and it really almost feels like you know in those Leonardo paintings when there's like a little there's like a little ray of light over a kid, and it's just like they point at the sky and they're like, God, there's God around when that little kid is there. That's what Michael Jackson said too. He said kids are like close to God. There does seem like there's something about babies and kids where it's like they are good. There's something sunny and good about kids. That's deep, Sean. I don't know. I think again I'm trying to lock onto some sort of bearing as to like what is good and what is bad, but it just seems like kids seem like they're good. You're not gonna say like little fucking babies, they're fucking horrible. It's like no, they're those people who are feeding the babies and caring for the babies. It almost feels like life, like God like protects them somehow, or I don't know, like that's just everybody knows that's good, do they? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? If I'm trying to think about like what's universally good, taking a baby. Do you think disco can exist without music? I don't know. That's deep. But it seems like if you took a baby and you smashed it against a wall, that's really bad. I mean, can you separate disco from disco music and have leftover an essence of coolness? I can't. I'm not smart enough to understand that question right now. I'm really tired. But I'm trying to think about like what is universally good. Um, yeah, babies seem good. Um, what else seems good? Cardinal virtues seem good. What else? Quick, let's keep. I got to keep reading this thing. Uh, Progress makes me happier than money or stupid status stuff. You're still gonna get. Okay, so I was saying like you're still gonna get older, and in 70 years you'll lose everything no matter what you do. But you can still own the dash, do it your way, not like one who kneels. What does that mean? Well, it just seems like I always try to remind myself, whatever you choose to do or don't choose to do, it seems like, as far as I can tell, you're gonna get old and die. Like you can get old and die ranting in your room. You can get old and die doing some shit that you hate all day at some Walmart job, or you can get old and die. Whatever you got your time, but the getting old, whatever you choose to do, it seems like you're gonna get old and die. I have not found a way around that. If getting a job enabled me to stay 27 forever and never die, then I'd get a job. If they come out with a live forever machine that you can buy with enough money, or some sort of way to transfuse young people's blood into your own, and it costs like $50,000 a year, I'd get a job for that. That's something that a job could buy me that I really want and need. But most of the other shit, I don't need a Lamborghini. I don't need a fancy house. I don't need a bunch of shit to show off on Instagram. But I really could use a live forever at 27. So if they invent that, I'll get a job and slave away for that. That would be worth it. But other than that, most of my other problems are solved. I have a roof over my head. I've got food. I've got medical insurance. My needs are basically met. It'd be nice to have sex with somebody, but I don't need that bad. So, but I do think that, again, before I go running out into that if I get a job, it's not going to solve the getting older and dying thing. You're still going to get old and die. It's not like some sort of like salvation. It's like, oh, you did it. It's like, no, you still got that problem of getting old and dying. As long as a job doesn't solve that, I don't know if just seems like you have your time. You got your time, and I want to kind of be able to spend it how I want. I don't want to get bullied into. It seems like you're on this pleasure. You're on this island of life, which is kind of like a little. It's like a little resort, and you got a certain number of tickets, and I just don't want to get bullied out of my tickets by some people like, don't go to that thing. Like, you don't do what you want. You should go do this other thing that everybody else is doing. And I'm like, oh shit, I spent all my tickets at this shit that I don't even want to do. I can't do that. I don't want to get roped. I don't want to get roped. And you go do that. Whatever you want to do. You guys want to go do your roto-rooter job for 20 years? Go ahead. But I don't want to do it. You guys can all be doing it. I don't care. I'm going to do what I want. I don't want to get cheated out of my time. If you're not doing what you want, what are you doing? Something you don't want or something others want. What does that mean? Well, yeah, I mean, are you doing what you want? Well, then no. Well, then why are you doing it? If you're not doing what you want, you might be doing something that others want, or something you don't want. And like, why would you be doing that? Well, in the world out there, there's a lot of people who want your time and effort. Your time and effort is very valuable, and they're happy to give you things to do. They're happy to bully you into shit. Yeah. In World War One, there were women who would give people a white rose. They analyzed World War One. I gotta remind myself of this. They analyzed World War One tacticians, and they go, that was just a total fucking waste of life. There were these old, they were such fools. Soldiers today should have never done that. They should have just said, no, we're not just gonna go run into fucking machine gun fire over and over, a million people at a time. That was just a total waste of life. It was totally foolish. But at the time, that was considered the good thing to do. If you were some English person in 1918 and you were an able-bodied man and you weren't running into machine gun fire needlessly, some woman would come along and give you a white rose. That was like a common practice. They'd give you a white rose and they say, for shame, you sad, pathetic man, you are a coward, you should go run into machine gun fire. And some fools, a lot of fools, would be like, oh, I better do it. And I don't know, maybe that when they saw the guys going to machine gun fire, they said, you guys are nuts, I don't want to go run into machine gun fire. And there was some general guy who's like, fucking be a man, don't be a coward, you fucking, everybody just run, don't do it, pip pip, cheerio, come on, you gotta fucking do it. And there's people like that. There's people who have jobs, they're bosses, they have money to be made, they need bodies, and they're happy to just, they need you to go, they're gonna tell you all sorts of shit as to why you should do that. They don't give a fuck about you, and they're just gonna say, everybody just go into machine gun fire, and then they're all gonna get killed, they're gonna sacrifice their life, and they're gonna say, all right, next, a million people going to machine gun fire. And now they look back on that and say that was a total fucking waste of life. I think there's similar versions of that today. I think there's things where there's bosses and there's people who are going to tell you why it's good, and there's other people, there's other soldiers who are going to run into that machine gun fire and they say, you got to fucking do this. You got to do, we're doing it, and like, just, you got to be a man. We're doing the right thing. We're fighting the cause. And you go, okay, hooray, let's just throw our life away. And I think there's people doing that in all sorts of ways. It's like, well, everybody else is fucking doing it. All these other millions of guys, and then meanwhile, 100 years later, they're going to be like, dude, like they were all fucking stupid. They were just like throwing their life away. I think there's a lot of versions of that. I think you can get caught up with a bunch of other fools who are throwing their life away, or you can listen to some guy who doesn't give a shit about you yelling at you to go do it, or you can fall for some woman who's going to go like, you are not a man. Here's your white rose. And if you think that, you think, oh fuck, women aren't going to fuck me unless I blah, 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 you can get caught into fucking throwing your life away for some shit that you don't even want to do. Yeah, I just think that happens. Most people are not interested in you, they're interested in themselves, except for maybe one parent or advocate. So advice is usually to confirm their superiority for you, not for you. Is that true? I don't know, it sounds like kind of a cynical idea. But I do think that's the case in a lot of cases. Like somebody will sort of come into my world and they'll say, you should do what I do. They have some way, nobody knows what the fuck you're supposed to do with your life, but they'll say, you're not doing things the way that me and my friends are doing. You should really do what I say you should do. And then like I think to myself, like, you don't seem like you really care about like me. If you just cared about me, if you wanted me to feel good, you'd probably just give me a hug or you'd give me money or something. But you're not doing that. You're like telling me like, you should do the thing that I do. You should live the way I live. It's like, well, like I don't feel like you really care about me. I feel like you're confused as to what you should really be doing in life, and you're challenged by the idea that somebody is doing something different than you, and you want me to conform because you're like, you're not doing what everybody else is doing. Just like those soldiers in World War One. You're like, hey, you're not running at machine gun fire like every other able-bodied man. You should be doing what we're doing. Let me tell you why. Just do whatever you want to do. But like, if you're trying to like get me to do what you're telling me to do, but you're not clearly, if you're just interested in my well-being, you would just give me a hug. You would just say like, we love you, good guy. Like here, here's some money. You would just give me money. But people don't do that. They come along and they say, you should really do what I do. And I think they don't, they just want to feel, in a lot of cases, they just want to believe that their way of life is better. Or in a lot of cases, they want to feel superior. They want you to sort of like go, okay, Kimosabi, tell me how it is, and I'll do what you do. And they go, that's right, you do what I say you should do. But they, I think in a lot of cases, if they just cared about you, they would just give you money, or they'd give you a hug. But they don't do that. Us, they try to get you to conform to their paradigm because they want to feel like they're right, and they want to control people, and they want to feel like their way is right. They want to feel superior. A lot of people want to feel superior, and they want to stand on you. They want to use you to define their goodness off of your badness. And I say, fuck them, fuck them. I'm not falling for that shit. Don't get stuck in others' gravity. Never let others rule your life. Times when I did were always dark times. What does that mean? It means that like every time that I've ever thought to myself like, oh, that person's so great, I should do what they're doing. It's always horrible. If I start to make somebody too big in my mind, whether it's a woman or a man, and I start to if I start to cater my life around trying to please them or be like them, it's always fucking horrible. And then it never works either, because I'm basically like trying to do something that's not me, or that's not true to something I want. And then it's kind of like, oh, I got caught in their gravity. What does that mean, get caught in their gravity? You can just kind of start doting on some woman or doting on some man that you think is really great and being like, I should do what they're doing. And it's just always, every time I've ever done that, it's kind of awful. And I think that that's kind of what happens. You kind of see somebody, they seem impressive, and then you can kind of like get affected by them. They can start sort of ruling your life. You can start making your decisions around doing what they would do or what they would like you to do, and then it's just, you're fucked. You should just be like, they're just a shitting, pissing bag of blood and bones, just like everybody else. They're just a monkey. We're going to make robots in 100 years, and they're going to make all these people seem retarded. They're just a fucking human. They don't know it all. They don't know what's right for you, and don't get fucking caught in their gravity. Don't think that they're really big. Make them small. Just imagine any of them, no matter how exalted they might seem. Just imagine them taking a big stinking shit. Just imagine them in like 100 years as like just a withered old man or something, because that's what they're going to be. They're going to have down periods and stuff. And if you think there's some sort of infallible God, I think that's not good. They're not. They're not that good. They're human, and they're not fucking. They're not super great. Don't make them too big in your mind, or else you can get stuck in their fucking gravity, like a little moon. It's like people do seem like they're kind of like that sometimes. Like if you think you're this little moon, it seems like that in dating and all sorts of things, where it's like you think you're this little moon, and you approach something that seems like a big Jupiter. You're not going to sway that Jupiter. Jupiter's like, I'm a big Jupiter, but it's kind of in their heads. And then you might get like swayed by them. You're like, oh fuck, I can't get around them, or you might get stuck in their gravity. But then sometimes that changes. Like in a relationship, you thought that the other person was really big and great, and then after a while, they think that you're great, and now they're kind of stuck on you. Now you're stuck on their gravity, and I think that's a weird thing, because really I just think that greatness is kind of in people's heads, and if it's in a lot of people's heads, then that kind of, they have like a lot of gravity. That's weird. It's a weird phenomenon. But I think that, I don't know, I think maybe you can reduce that gravity. If you feel affected by somebody, if they're like stuck in your brain, and you're stuck like orbiting them and thinking about them all the time, and you're trying to act like them, and you think I should do what they're doing. I think you just try to think of them as like they're just a shitting, pissing bag of blood, and they're just fucking monkeys. And just imagine that woman that you have like a really big crush on. Just imagine her taking like a massive shit, or being like 100 years old. She will be old at some point. She's just human, and just, I think if you think that they're just this exalted person, it can be bad. You can get stuck on somebody. You can get stuck on somebody. I think it's like some of the darkest times in my life have been being stuck on somebody who's not stuck on me. And so I have this thing about don't fucking get stuck on somebody. If I start to get stuck on somebody, I try to pry myself away and be like, don't do it. Don't get stuck on them. Don't get impressed. Don't do that. Just remind it, they're just fucking human. They're just human. Yeah. All right. Think of yourself as, yeah. Anyway, I want to just think of myself as big. I'm fucking big. Yeah. Good luck convincing lots of other people that. I'm not going to do that, but I just don't want to get stuck in anybody else's gravity. You have to play the hand that you're dealt. Well, you don't have to, but my path and God-given dreams are always still there after I waste time going down the wrong path. Is that true? That seems like it is sometimes true. Like right now I'm trying not to do a lot of art, and I worry that like I'm going to try this for a while, but eventually art is going to be there. All this other shit's going to fall away, and I'm going to be like, well, I guess I'll do art again. Why? I don't know. It does seem like you probably have some sort of inherent wiring. You have some sort of like. I was always kind of good at art from like the first time I ever did it. When I was in third grade, we had like a lot of first time competitions. We had a race. We had like a 50-yard dash, and everybody just nobody had ever done any running before. We were all like 7 years old, and they just put us out on a field, and they said everybody go, and I just ran and I came in like dead last. So that told me that I wasn't genetically gifted at running, and so maybe I could get kind of good at running. I don't know. People argue about that a lot, nature and nurture. We had a first time competition with dancing. They had dancing, and I wasn't very good at dancing. I wasn't very good at math. I was kind of good at math, but then we had this thing where they put a picture of a dragon up on the wall. They put a picture of a dragon up on the wall, and they said everybody draw the dragon for 3 hours. And so I just sat there. I'd never drawn anything from observation before, and I just sat there and tried to make the thing on my paper look like the dragon on the wall. And then we looked. They said, "Okay, 3 hours is up. Everybody stop." And I looked around the room, and everybody else in the room had like chicken scratch. It was amazing how bad they were. I'm like, the answers to this test are right on the wall. All you have to do is look at it and be like, well, does this look like that? And just try to make it look like that. And mine looked pretty much like the dragon with a few little mistakes, but most other people's were just like a fucking mess. And there was like one or two other people in the class who did it kind of like the dragon. So that told me like, huh, like I can do this thing that a lot of other people seem to really struggle with. And I guess that's a talent. I guess it's, and it seems like that probably comes hardwired into people because I had that. I'd never done any drawing before then. So it just seems like I would imagine most people have a lot of, everybody probably has something like that a little bit. They probably have something where it's like, huh, a lot of other people really struggle with this thing that I've always been able to do kind of easily. And so it seems like it's probably smart to stick with that if you really want to be great. What's his name? The guy in How to Win Friends and Influence People. He says that that's what most people want to do. They have something called the desire to be great, the desire to be appreciated. And it just seems like, I don't know, that's something that a lot of people seem to want to do. They want to progress. They think, I don't know, it seems like, well, maybe you should just try to be better. Maybe being better is better than worse, right? If you want to, why not try to be better? Well, I don't know, might as well try to be better. Better is better than worse. So maybe it's, if you want to be really good at something, you should probably maybe stick to the hand that you're dealt. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. Maybe you can go really far with something that you're not good. Maybe you find a lot of, maybe you're not happy. Maybe you're like a really talented serial killer, but you're like, I don't want to do serial killing. Maybe you get a lot of happiness by doing something you're not very good at. And so maybe whatever you're good at doesn't pay any money. Maybe you want a lot of money. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Do you know? Jordan Peterson knows. He seems like he knows. He's probably full of shit too. You have to play. No art times were dark times. No structured brain equals out to see dark times. What does that mean? Well, it means that if I sit and I just do art all day and I listen to podcasts and I do mind games, if nothing else, it kind of gives me something to like structure my brain around. I always feel like I'm trying to wrestle my brain away from the tide. I feel like just picking a destination and rowing vigorously towards it feels like, if nothing else, you get strong arms, and that's kind of good. It's like, well, but if you just kind of like, if I just put it in neutral and I just lie around and I start clicking on my phone and stuff, I've had this horrible like out to sea feeling. Like I feel like just directing my brain towards anything kind of keeps it from like chaos. I feel like chaos will start blowing me around. Next thing I know, I'll click on some advertisement. Somebody will say, you should buy this. Some girl will say, oh, I've got things for you to do. You should do this. And then you can just get lost at sea. I think it's good. It feels good to like, I feel like life is, in a lot of ways, it feels kind of like a rowboat. And sometimes it's good to just pick a destination and try to row towards it and say, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. There's going to be gold later, because it makes the journey kind of nice to think that there's this perpetual goal of gold at the horizon. And then also you kind of keep strong arms, and your arms stay stronger, and you direct your boat away from the fucking rocks. I feel like if I don't direct my brain towards something constructive, it's going to slosh around towards like death and aging and doom and gloom and all this horrible shit. And so I think in a lot of ways it's just good to if you have anything that you can stick to and be constructive at and direct your attention towards, it's good for just that, just for keeping a grip on your brain, having a strong mind and a strong body or whatever, and just not getting sloshed away by the forces of chaos. And I just think I always think of everything that's not me and my goals as kind of chaos, and it's going to slosh you around. go out there in the world, in like a capitalist world, there's so many people who just want your time and your effort, and they got things for you to do, and they got things for you to give your attention to, and they got movies for you to watch, and apps to buy, and fucking jobs to, they got things for you. They're happy to take your time. And so I think it's good to like get a grip on yourself and go, no, I'm using my time, I'm giving myself a goal, and I'm gonna direct my attention towards I don't want to get caught in your, I don't want to get roped, I don't want to get roped into giving you my fucking time. And I know you want my time, I know you want my money, but I can't do it, I got things to do. Yeah. um uh Better to be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right. Keep a long-term goal to be employed as a character artist, not an unrealistic goal. You've been offered three paid roles in the last year. What does that mean? What's his name? Elon Musk said that. He said that it's good to be. He'd rather be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right. Again, I think like it's nice to have like a dream or like a long-term goal, because again, it's nice to be it's like it wouldn't be so bad to be perpetually rowing towards to be rowing your boat towards some dream goal, and the whole journey is going to be nicer. It's kind of like believing you're going to go to heaven or something. You're just like, this is great, we're going towards some great goal and we're headed towards some great dream. Just that process of rowing, as long as you're thinking that it's going to be good later, is kind of nicer, rather than being like, ah, fuck it, I'm certain that we're going to row towards doom, I'm certain that we're rowing towards death and destruction. That seems like, if I abandon a goal, if I abandon a dream, it just feels like, well, I know I'm going to die, and I know that that's right 100%, and now it feels like the journey between here and death is going to be like kind of awful. It's going to be like, see, I'm right, you fools, I knew we were all going to just going to die. It's like, it's almost better to just be like, let's put something between me and death. Let's, rather than just seeing this big black unmotivating spot at the end of the road, let's put a good goal there. Let's put like, oh, like I'm going to become a this, I'm working towards building an orphanage or something. Then it's like, it's sunny in the future. I think that's kind of good to do. But anyway, Elon Musk says it's he'd rather be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right. Yeah. Anyway, I really did work at game companies, so worst case scenario, I'm retired and doing my crafts. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. I achieved my dream. I really did. I wanted to become a professional game artist, and I became a professional game artist. But really, honestly, it was fucking awful. I was just around a bunch of snarky assholes. I didn't get to do the kind of art I wanted to do. And those game people, they're really fucking nasty people. They remind me of the Empire on Star Wars, and I just found them to be really awful. You know who's really nice? I like the Navy SEALs, but I also like like people who work at restaurants. They're like really good people. They like be nice to people, and they have like a good attitude. I like restaurant workers. Well, maybe you should go work at a restaurant. No, I don't like the work, but I like the people. Anyway, this is the best option for me, I know, because I chose all the options. No soul mantra. I already said the no soul mantra. Natural state of things is change. What makes the thing a thing is a consistent pattern, i.e., sandcastle. So if you want a thing, you got to tend to it and maintain it and nurture it like a garden as a pattern. Otherwise, you got nothing, and that sucks. Might as well try to do better. Why? Okay, so what does that mean? Natural state of things is changed. So what makes a thing is a consistent pattern, like a sandcastle. So if you want a thing, you got to tend to it and maintain it like a garden as a pattern. Otherwise, you got nothing, and that sucks. Well, that's kind of what I think too. Is I think sometimes it seemed like a good philosophy to maintain the last 4 years was to just think that like by default the world's gonna fucking change, and the world wants to disperse your thing, whatever it is. And so it's good to like believe in a thing. Maybe it's good to believe in a thing. I think it's kind of a cool way to think about life, as like it's you versus chaos. It's you versus chaos, and you're going to stick to your thing, whatever it is. You're going to stick to your wife. That's my wife. I love her and only her, and I believe in her. And I said I was going to stick to marriage, and God damn it, I'm going to fucking stick to her. And then you got your dream, your career, whatever. And you're like, I'm going to stick to my fucking career. And every day you have to invest time and effort into those things and nurture those things. And as long as you stick to those things over the, like a sandcastle, if you keep building up the walls of that sandcastle, you can have something really nice. But by default, the fucking forces of change, the wind and the tide, are going to try to disperse your thing, whatever it is, whatever your sandcastle, your relationship, your career, and it's going to say, that thing, let's do a new thing, let's do this new thing. You say, no, I'm sticking to my fucking thing. And maybe that's what makes a thing, is just a consistent pattern and just trying to stay true to that thing. Like people, like I think one of the definitions of true is just like if you have a wheel, you want to keep that wheel true. You're trying to preserve its form, but I feel like the world is trying to morph it. The world is trying to distort it, and you got to dust it off, keep it true, stay true to your word through the ups and the downs, and fight the forces of chaos that are going to try to disperse that thing. They're going to try to get you to trade your thing. They're going to try to get you to change tracks, and you say, no, I'm sticking to my thing. And if you can stick to your thing, your marriage or your job, and keep investing time and effort into it and stay true to it for like 40 years, you might have something really great. And that seems like a good thing to do, is try to get better at something, right? Might as well try to be better. Better is better than worse. So then why don't you stick to your thing, Sean? Why don't you go back to your 3D modeling? Why don't you stay true to your thing? Because I think that thing isn't giving me a return. I think you have to get a return from that thing. I mean, again, if that thing dies, or if that thing is not, you should have like a win-win exchange with your thing. Like a job, like you could say like, my thing is building bottle cap structures, but if that's not giving you a good return, maybe it's good to think that you have a new thing. Or if your thing is dead, then you got to say like, well, I need a new thing. Maybe that wasn't my one and only thing. And so I don't know. It's scary to like not have a thing. Again, there's this weird state of like blowing in the wind that I'm experiencing now, which is kind of like, I want to have a thing. I want to believe in a thing. I want to like stick to my thing. I want to feel like I have a soul. I want to feel like I have a job. I want to feel like there's something meant for me. It's really weird to just think about like, just, I don't know, blowing in the wind. I don't know. It's comforting. I feel like sometimes, I don't know. I feel like, but those are two almost opposite points of view. It's just believing that there's no things, and just thinking about the world as like, just try to catch a wave. Something's going to happen, just ride that wave, and just, I don't know, then it changes. Or what? Or just believing in a thing, sticking to a thing, and just making progress at it for 40 years, and just trying to build and keep that thing as long as possible, stick to a marriage. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Do you know? I don't know. I keep thinking that in the future, there might be some sort of YouTube star or something who just truly abandons things. I don't know. I imagine that there might be some guy who just goes out in the world, and he just constantly faces life anew. He goes and he has like adventures, and he goes to the gas station, and he says, "Hey, you got really nice red hair." He's like, "Yeah, I got that because I work part-time as a circus performer." And then he says, "Oh, cool. Like, can I join your circus?" And he goes, "Yeah." I think that there might be in the future some sort of no, I'm doing nothing. I have no soul, and this is just shit that's happening, and I don't know what I'm doing. That's what's going on. So there's just shit happening. I'm just shit happening, and there's other shit happening if you want to watch that shit happening. And there will always be shit happening as far as I can tell. Keep going, Sean. Yeah, I imagine in the future there will be there's going to be some YouTube guy who just who just live streams his life when they have a 5G connection that's easily connectable to like augmented reality glasses. I imagine that there will be some very brave soul who just goes out in the world, and he just live streams his life, and he's just really brave, and he just is able to just make life fun anew, and he has no schedule. He has no preconceived notion about what he is. He just makes shit up as he goes along, and he just like, somebody says like, "Hey, why don't you go join the circus?" And he joins the circus, and he's so brave. He's just able to just talk to people, and life kind of taps him to do something, and he goes, "Let's do it." And I think that might work, because if you were able to like live stream your life outside in the real world all the time, and you had like just even 2 people, or maybe like if he was really popular, if he had like 1,000 people watching his live life all the time, he'd be pretty safe. He'd be pretty safe. If somebody came up to him and tried to rob him, he could say like, "Well, you could try to rob me, but you're live streaming right now. Your face is immortalized on a bunch of social media forums, and so these people are going to see you. They're going to catch you." And he might just be able to just kind of have this adventurous life, as long as he's brave, as long as he doesn't stick to some story about what he is, as long as he doesn't think like, as long as he just kind of commits. I think that there might be some potentially really beautiful life that some brave soul could do, where he doesn't believe in things. People ask him each day, they say, "What are you doing today?" He's like, "I don't know." Like, "What are you doing?" "I don't know. Life is happening, and life is tapping me, and now I feel like talking to this guy." And he just is able to just improvisationally just make up a life and navigate it as like constantly anew. And he just is able to just have fun through his own improvisation and imagination, and daring to just try some new shit. And I wonder if that person will be out there. There's people like that in like the improv acting world. I met some people when I took improv acting classes who seemed like they could really sort of do that. They just, it's like life is happening now. There's something happening right now, and it's gonna go away in a second. And life is sort of like pushing you to do something. You can feel it, and it's like say it, do that thing. And it's like if you don't do it, if you hesitate, it's gonna go away. Like a little tidal wave. A little tidal wave is gonna come, and you just catch it, and you fucking ride it. And you're like, what are we doing? I don't know, but this is fucking cool, and let's just enjoy it before it just goes away. But it feels like that again. Those things, those words, they kind of distract you from that. Like life can sort of be nudging you to do something. You feel this momentum. It's like life might be telling you to do some like work of art or something, but you have this story in your head. You're like, no, I'm a this, and today is just like yesterday, and I have my schedule, and this is what I'm doing. It's like, no, life is anew. Like you could do anything if you just drop that story. Maybe life will kind of push you into something new. But if you have some story that's got you in some rut, and you're just like, no, I gotta stick. I'm doing this. I have the same day every day because I write down the schedule. It's like, no, like maybe life is like, look, like right now your dog wants to go for a walk. Do you want to do that? That could be really good. Life is nudging you. Do you want to just go with it? He might get sad later. Maybe you should just go on a walk. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go on a walk. no. Dog back, dog back, dog back, dog back. Alright, kiddos. Alright, Mr. Chuck. Wait. Got feeling muzzy. This Charlie needs his muzzy. Gotta take my Propecia. I had a check. Nobody's out there, right? Nobody's out there. Good. Um, I was thinking as I was running around, what is what is objectively good and what is objectively bad? I don't know. Is there something that's objectively good? I was thinking, I don't know. Babies seem like they're pretty universally good. What is there a good? Is everything? Is nothing truly? Is anything either truly good or bad just by what people think of it? Nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. I don't know. It does seem like there's some things that are universally good or bad. Like babies do seem like there's something universally good about them. Is that true? I don't know. Old age and death and depravity seems like it's universally bad. Kind of. I mean, it seems like that's never going to come into style. Maybe just getting away from depravity is good. Like, I just keep maybe age 40 to 80 is just going to suck no matter what. I'm not going to get away from it. Maybe there's going to be badness. I keep live streaming my whole life, and I think maybe there's a way to arrange my schedule where it's just I can just get away from darkness. There's no darkness. Everything's just good my whole day. But it seems like there's going to be some dark days no matter what. What do you mean? I don't know. What is universally good? It seems like the cardinal virtues are universally good. Maybe the like system is kind of a good barometer of like what is good. Like I always think that like the likes on YouTube videos, like if there's a song that's more than 20 years old, it seems like if it has more than 3 million likes, that's like the closest thing to like universally good, like good quality, like Mozart's Turkish March. There's that song that goes do 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 do. Everybody who hears that, it feels like it harmonizes. It feels like that's the way that thing was supposed to be. That person like got it right. And so maybe that is like most people who hear that, they're like, oh, that's a good song. Why is that? Why is that good? It's its own unique recipe. It's like I don't know, maybe there is some sort of universal good. Like maybe if people just live stream their whole life and nobody likes their life, maybe they should just try to adhere to likes, and maybe those likes are like assuming that somebody's not marketing that thing to try to pump it full of likes. It seems like maybe likes are a good of what's good. I don't know. Do you want to be good? In the punk scene back in the 90s, there were all these art rockers and punk rockers who just would listen to like bad music, and they just, as long as they collectively hung around other people who said, yeah, fucking dirty, nasty, awful, discordant music, that's good, and that poppy stuff, that good stuff, that's bad. Like maybe you can really hang around with a bunch of people who kind of play like an emperor's new clothes kind of thing, where they say that bad thing is good, and if you just kind of silence all the people who say that's bad, maybe then it's good. I don't know. But it does seem like there's universally bad things. It feels like sickness, depravity, death, like real death, like not like glorious death, but just old age and death. Like I've never seen, you see like a lot of like sick shit on the internet. People indulge in like, there's videos of people getting their arms cut off and stuff, but you never see like just some guy in a cancer ward, just some old guy who just nobody wants to see. He's just sad on the verge of death, just crying about his cancer tumor. That seems like everybody's trying to get away from that. Everybody's trying to get away from depravity. If somebody just looks like a down and out homeless person and their jaw is like distended and they have their teeth are falling out, people are like, oh, like that's never going to come into style. I don't see anybody watching the YouTube guy who's just like, and he's got missing teeth and he's crazy. It's like people are like, get away from me. They don't want any part of that. And so it seems like a lot of people, maybe that's just good. Maybe it's just good to try to get as far away from sickness and depravity and deterioration as possible. But it doesn't seem like you can get, maybe that's as good as it gets. Just try to get as far away from, just try to think about, yeah, what's his name? There's some guy called, I don't fucking know. Let's just leave it at that. I don't know. But I'm trying to think what is universally good. And is it even good to go for that? Yeah, I guess. Might as well go for more good. More good. Better is better than worse. But it seems like maybe old age is just inevitably bad. What's his name? What the fuck is that British guy on CNN? I'm kind of glad that I don't know his name. But anyway, there's some British guy on CNN who's always kind of being, he seems like he's a representative of like classiness. He's got like a British accent, and the CNN people go, he's clinging to classiness, and he's not going to be like those lowlifes on Fox News. He's going to say, no, no, let's keep some class. So anyway, Pierce Morgan, he interviewed Kid Rock, and Kid Rock had just turned 40, and he said, yeah, I'm 40, and he's like, it's good, and Pierce Morgan's like, what's good about it? And it was kind of like he couldn't come up with something, and I think maybe I don't know, maybe there's some things that are just there's bad. Maybe you just the good stuff is kind of in the middle, and then it's gonna be bad no matter what. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe you can make it less bad, but old age and depravity just seems like that's never gonna come into style. There's the we are not hardwired to be repelled by death, and it just seems like that fucking old age and death is gonna be there. Why is it good? What's good about it? I don't know. Can it be good? Can you make it good? Well, it seems like I always think about those guys who jumped off of the Twin Towers. It seems like there's situations in life which can be worse than death. And so I would imagine if you're just falling apart and your life is just full of pain, maybe it's good to just get away from that. Like that Moon Shadow song, or that Cat Stevens song where he said, if I ever lose my teeth and all my eyes, then I won't have to see no more. I won't have to taste no more. Let's talk about some other weird shit. I'm just ranting. I'm just ranting for fun. I love this shit. This is good. You know what's good is like not being alone. I feel like that's pretty good. Just being able to not be alone. It's pretty good, and it's free. You can do that for free now. I mean, if you just are there. But it seems like you should try to. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting away with something. I feel like I found like a little trick. What is good? What is bad? I don't know. Is this good, Sean? What are you doing if it's not good? What if this is bad? What if you do some cringy things and online, and they're immortalized on YouTube, and everybody sees it. The whole world sees you, and they think of you as like a bad thing. See, I don't think that's that bad, because I think that's a win-win situation, because I think basically nobody's really watching my thing. There's maybe like 5 people, 6 people who watch my thing. But if there was ever a situation where I was doing something really cringy on YouTube, and I just seemed like a disgusting, horrible person, and I got turned into a viral video and millions of people like me, I think any kind of publicity is good, and I'll take it. That's a win-win situation. It's like a billion people know me for something. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I keep thinking, there's this thing in my head that says, don't put these things on YouTube. Everybody's going to see it. Boy, I wish everybody would see me for something, because you can capitalize on that a lot. You could, if you're famous, you can get laid. You can get laid with a super hot chick, and it doesn't even matter what you're famous for. O.J. Simpson is famous for cutting his fucking wife's head off, and he's famous and he loves it, and people go, we love you, OJ. It's like, I'll take fame, but if I think in general that's a win-win situation. If nobody's watching my thing, then I'm free. I can say whatever I want. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody's watching. But if I do something awful on this and it's like, oh, everybody saw it, then I'm famous, and then I get to fuck a hot chick maybe, and so I'll take it. Either way, this feels like a good thing to do. And I feel like I found a little trick. I can just keep doing this. I can just keep live streaming. Yep, you can just keep doing it. If nobody likes it, if nobody watches it, then I'm free. But if a lot of people watch it and they see it, then I can get pussy. And so that's good. It's win-win. It's win-win. I like either of those outcomes. What if just like only the people in your little circle see it, and you get no pussy, but you kind of burn all your bridges. You can't get a job, and none of your friends like you anymore. Well, I guess that's not quite as good as either of those polls, but I don't know. At least I feel like I'm not alone. I found that little hack. I found a little cheat. I found like there's no loneliness ever. That's a pretty sweet deal. Like, I just keep thinking, like, if I got like a shitty job, but if I got a shitty job as like a data entry guy, and it required that I don't live stream to the public, and I can't, my old girlfriends and stuff can't see me, and I'd feel alone, and like nobody checks up on me, and I just went to that data entry job, and I was a good boy, and I didn't live stream, but I'd have that horrible loneliness. That's not worth it. I'll take this. I'll take. Let me just live stream, whatever. You can think I'm a crazy person. You can think I'm a loser, but I'm not alone. I feel like I'm not alone. Even if somebody's looking at me and they're thinking like, you're a terrible loser. It's like, I'll take that. You want to really, you want to try to make me feel like a loser. The worst thing you could do to me is just not watch my thing at all. The day that I turn on my videos and I see like no views, that is horrible. But I'll take the trolls. I'll take the thumbs down. I'll take the people thinking I'm a loser. Just don't make me feel alone. Yeah? Yeah, it's good. I like it. I think that's something universally good. What's universally good? Just not being alone. That's pretty great. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. What else? Well, but what if you're known for something bad? Again, I just think that like as long as you can't see it. I keep thinking those homeless people, they're free. But the thing that sucks about being those homeless people is just that they start to hang their head in shame and they think I'm just a homeless person. If they would just not think that, if they realized that they were free Americans and they just did whatever the fuck they wanted and they said, I don't agree with your inferiority that you're trying to pin on me. I think I'm free. I think I'm better than you. I'm going to walk in front of you. I'm going to put my chest out. I'm going to hang my head high and I'm going to be like, I'm going to dance in front of my fucking tent. Like, I think if they could just do that, if they could just avoid the shame, if they could avoid the imaginary caste system that's being pinned on them, if they could avoid letting other people's perception become their reality, they could really enjoy their freedom. That's the thing. Is like I feel like they don't. A lot of them don't do that, and that fascinates me as to why they don't do it. What it means is that it just seems like it's very hard to day by day by day to go against the grain. It's again like in Russia, my brother went to Russia, and there were all these. He noticed that in Denmark, everybody was happy. It's just the norm in Denmark was just like smiling people and hey, how are you and stuff. And then he went on the next part of the cruise. He went to Moscow, or no, he went to St. Petersburg, Russia, and everybody was just blah, fuck it, and like that was the norm. And so if you came there as a Denmark guy and you tried to be like, I don't want to be like you guys. I'm happy. You could try that for a day. You could try that for 2 days. You could try that for 5 days. But eventually, you're probably just gonna not. You're just gonna be like, well, everybody says that I'm this, and they're saying I'm a jerk. I don't want to go against the grain. You're gonna get sucked into the gravity of those other people. Like it's gonna be hard if you're the dancing guy in front of your tent. You can do that for 1 day. You can do it for 2 days. But eventually, people are gonna be like, no, you're just a fucking loser. They're gonna be like, oh, we don't like you, and you go, oh, I must be some bad thing. Fuck it, you are no thing. I'm sticking to that. If I have to say that every morning to free myself of that, that's what I'm gonna do. But I don't believe in your thing. I'm just gonna do shit. Do shit. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. What else do you want to talk about, Sean? There was something else. I think sometimes I think maybe it just does suck. 40 onward, there's going to be dark times. There's no YouTube stars that are over the age of like 35. I mean, like the most popular streamers, the most people don't want to. I don't even want to look at my old face. Nobody want. It seems like old age is never going to come into style, and there's some things that just suck. And so maybe it's wise to nurture. Maybe it's wise to invest in something outside of yourself. You know, when you become an adult, because like yeah, you can invest in a kid. That kid's going to get better. You're going to get worse in a lot of ways, and so it's probably wise to do that. It's probably a good way to derive happiness is to be like, well, I'm sacrificing for this job, but like life from 40 to 60 kind of sucks in a lot of ways. But I'm investing in this kid, and they're getting better. I think maybe you can probably also do that with like creative projects or something. You can invest in a skill. You can invest in something outside yourself. That's good because that thing's getting better, but you might be getting worse. Anyway. Anything else you want to say, Sean? I love everybody. You fucking liar. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't love everybody. What does that mean? I think people say a lot of shit. They say, I heard some like hippie people tripping out on drugs on YouTube, and they were just these beautiful young people, and they were just enjoying their beauty and their youngness, and they were saying something like, they tripped out on drugs, and they said, yeah, I realized that everything is love, and I said, well, that's not true because what is I forget how I said it. I'm getting too tired to explain this. Well, what are hateful things? When somebody stabs somebody in the back, that's not love. There's like, I don't know what. It can't. Maybe it just can't all be good. Those people go like, it's all good. Maybe it just can't all be good because the badness somehow defines the goodness. Maybe you're never gonna get around that. Maybe goodness is defined by badness. I don't know, but it just seems like it can't all be love. It can't all be good because then goodness doesn't really mean anything. Are you trying to be deep, Sean? No, I'm just trying to say like maybe that's just you're not going to get around it. It's going to suck. You had some good times when you were young and beautiful, or young and attractive, and now you got to pay the piper. It's gonna there's gonna be some bad. Yeah, I don't know. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about some weird little children's book idea that would be a horrible existential children's book that that nobody would listen to because it's just everybody wants to get away from that. They don't want depravity. They don't want craziness. They don't want homelessness. They just like, no, just we want life, we want youth, we want to get away from that dark spot to that nice, plush, rich, young, beautiful person. And if we can't have that ourselves, we want to at least watch that, because we just keep the death and depravity away from us. Keep it's never going to come into style. If you're alive, you probably don't like that shit. Yeah. What else? Yeah. Okay. So maybe there was some. I'm just gonna keep ranting. There was some guy. There was some. Maybe there's some guy who's saying like, I want to live forever. I want to live forever. This sucks. This getting old and dying stuff. It kind of sucks. And so God says to him, well, are you sure? You sure that's what you want? You want to live forever. You want to be perpetually young. You want to never die. And he's like, yes, yes. Please, just let me have eternal youth. Let me live forever. And what? And what? Keep going, Sean. Don't lose your train of thought. And so he does. God goes, okay, and he makes him live forever, and he's eternally young. And so he gets married. Some of his wife gets old and dies, and he has these beautiful memories with his wife, but then he has this horrible memory of his wife dying, and he's just like so sad. He's so sad. But then he finds another wife, and then he finds some other friends, and he loves them, and he has good times with them. But then they die, and it's horrible. It's horrible. This horrible pain of like all these failures. He has these failures of trying to make something real, trying to hold on to something that was really good, and then he lost it, and he's just like, fuck. Like, he just has all these memories of all these losses and failures that just things keep falling apart, and so he can't hold on to stuff, and it's tragedy. He has all this perpetual, for every great good high that he hits in his life, there's like an equal sort of tragedy and loss, and loss of that thing, and failure to sort of keep that thing together. And so that becomes like really painful, and he just has this ongoing story and memories in his head of all this just infinite loss, infinite stuff, and he tries to it just keeps accumulating. And then anyway, eventually the world gets incinerated by the earth, and so he can't die. God gave him his wish, and he's floating around. He's like, well, you said you wanted to be eternally young, and you can't die, and so there you are floating around in space. And then some little meteor comes around his head, and it starts ticking around. He's floating in space. He has all these memories of just all this loss and all this pain of good things that he had lost, and this little asteroid is just ticking around his head in orbit, and he can't get it away. He can't reach it, but it's going tick, 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 and he's like, fuck, okay, I don't want to be alive anymore. God, I just want a clean slate. I just don't want these memories anymore. I just want you to just, and God's like, well, do you want me to just kill you? You want to be gone? I thought you wanted to live forever. And he's like, well, no, I want a clean, I want no memories. Just give me a clean slate, and I just want a new body. I want a new life. I want some sort of new experience. I don't want to do the same shit you gave me the same body, and it got kind of boring. I was stuck with the same skills. I just want a new body and a new clean slate brain. And God's like, all right, so let me get straight. You want a new body, because you don't want to relive the same shit that you already had, because that's too boring, and you don't want to do the same shit over and over. So you want a new body, and you want a clean brain. You want to forget all that shit. You want to start anew. He's like, yeah, that seems like the best situation. Just let me be reborn. And he's like, well, that's the situation that we already had, because all those people walking around on Earth, that's basically what they are. If you had a new body and you had a clean slate memory, so you could enjoy all these things anew, and you could get out of your patterns, and you could just have, keep thinking, Sean, don't space out. You could just, you could have new experiences, and you could forget all those horrible things. If you had a new body and a new brain, that's the situation that we have on Earth. All these people around there, they're basically, that's what a different person is. A different person is somebody with a different brain and a different mind. And there's new people being born all the time. And then God says, just trust me. I've been doing this life shit like a really long time, and this is the best way for it to work. The best way for it to work is just clean slates, new people being born, new stories, new adventures, just infinitely new experiences. And just if you tried to just have it sort of last forever, there'd be kind of a hell in that. And so there's just this situation with the good shit. If you want the good shit, there's going to be bad shit. If you want the life, there's going to be death. That's deep, Sean. I don't think that's totally true though, Sean, because couldn't you make an artificial person that just has his memory wiped away and changes his body? Maybe the Chinese will just invent that. Why can't you just have a genetically engineered person who can't they just wipe they're like, oh, I don't want these memories anymore. Give me a new set of memories. Why couldn't he just ask for that? He could just say to God, all right, I want I want a new body every year, and I want you to just delete the bad memories, but let me keep the good memories. Why couldn't you just have that? I think you're full of shit, Sean. I think your story is overly simplistic, and you're just trying to sound like some sort of smart person. I don't know. I don't fucking know. That just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. Just say I don't know. Don't do all this shit. I know you want to feel important and you want to get laid, but there's perhaps better ways of doing that. Maybe you should just get a job and show your just try to get a six-figure income with some traditional job while you still can, and advertise that and try to get a Russian bride and fuck the shit out of her and make a baby. Hot sex with a Russian bride, you could still have that. There's a lot of gold diggers out there. Just get a job, end this little pity party, and just go get a fucking job and just do things like everybody else. Just play the fucking game. Play it normally. You want money. I know you want money. I know you want to feel important. I know you want sex, but just you're not going to get it with this shit. You can't act like you don't want those, right? Don't you want those, Sean? Um, you don't want money. You don't want hot sex. I don't know about. Yes, yes, I do. Okay, well then, so does everybody else. And if you want that shit, you can get it, but you got to play the game right. And the game right is get a fucking job. Everybody wants that shit. Get a job. I don't know. Maybe everybody doesn't, but if you want a hot chick, if you want to put your dick into somebody really attractive and make a baby, just get a job. Find a Russian bride. There's some woman over there who's desperate, and you can. That's fucking awful too. I just. I appreciate it. But I'm not always like this. I don't want to be I don't want to be pigeonholed as anything. I reserve the right to be a bad guy too. I'm going to do something you don't like pretty soon, and then you might not like me. There's this person I was giving but I appreciate it. There's this person that come on, quick, go Sean. There was this person that I was giving money to. I was giving money to this person who emailed me. I put out a thing on. I'm gonna say a bunch of weird personal shit. Nobody should listen to any of this. But I put it out a thing on Craigslist, and I just said do-gooder. I want to be a do-gooder. I have all this shit that I don't need, and I want to go help some homeless people, and I want to go to old folks' homes and try to sing to old folks and cheer up old folks. And some people emailed me and they say, I'm down. Like, I'm unemployed too. I have nothing to do. Let's go do some do-gooder stuff. It seems like it's oftentimes much easier to help other people than to try to help yourself. And so I thought to myself, I just have to find some people I can help. So I tried to do that. And then the other people flaked out. They didn't want to do it. And so I stocked my trunk up with stuff and I gave it to a bunch of homeless people. And I guess that was good. But then somebody responded to my ad and they said, my name's Esther. My name is Esther and I'm stuck in Kenya and I have a baby and I'm desperate. I need money. If you could just wire me like $20. And I thought at first maybe it's a scammer, but she sent me pictures and she sounded like, I thought even if it's a scammer, that money, I don't need the money. So I gave her like $100 and then I gave her like another $30. I think I probably gave her like $150 total. But then she emailed me yesterday and said, hello, my friend, I'm sorry to ask you again, but I need $85 for a phone. And I thought to myself, I can get a phone here for $35. And in Kenya, money is worth like 5 times as much. So that seems fishy. You could probably get like an iPhone in Kenya for $100 or something. That just seems like that's too much money. And so I just thought to myself, I wrote her an email. I said, look, there's no way for me to really verify. Like, I just said in my head, I'm like, fuck it. I'm not a good guy anymore. She's like, oh, you're such a good person. I'm like, I reserve the right to be a fucking I'm bad now, but I don't know. I'm not always bad. I might be a good person later, but I'm not going to get stuck in that like, you're a good guy. Nope. Now I'm a bad guy. Fuck everybody. Oh, but now I'm a good guy. Like, you can do that. Again, that believing in things is fucking tricky. Like, you can get stuck thinking that you're a good thing too. And then somebody can fucking milk you. They can say, you said you were good. You said you were like a nice person. And you're like, well, not anymore. Now I'm a fucking asshole. And I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. And I'm nobody. I'm nobody. I like that. Can I stick with that? Yeah. I said, fuck it. I'm not giving you any money. And I stopped giving her money. And I don't know. Now I'm an asshole. That's bad, Sean. You got to have integrity. You want to stick to, people want people who are going to stick to their thing. I know, but you can get fucked with that. You can say, you can stick to something that's bad. I don't believe in an ego. I don't, and I'm not necessarily an American. It's hard. I do think people tend to be products of their environment, but I don't believe in my ego. I don't think there is a me. I don't think there is a you. But I can't make you talk, and so all I can do is just flap my lips here. But it doesn't mean that I think I'm great. It just means I think I'm free. I just want to be free. I'm not. I don't believe I'm anything. Honest to God, I don't believe there's a you. I think there's just shit happening, and like I've had friends who just I believed in them and I thought that's my friend Ryan, and then he fucking died. He fucking died, and I could have like knocked on his head and I said, "Ryan, where are you?" And it's just he's not there. How can somebody be there for a while and then they're not there? The only way that makes sense is there is no you. There is no you. There's just shit happening, and people just pin labels on stuff, and you're kind of doing that now. You're saying like Americans are this, Americans are that. I'm like, I reserve the right to be not American. I don't want to be like an American. I just want to be free. I don't want to be good. I don't want to be bad. I just want to do shit. What do you want to do? Can you get away from that? I'm not sure that you can get away from that. I think if there's no soul, then there's no free will. That's what I really think. If there's a soul, then if somebody gets brain damage and they become retarded, what happened to their soul? If somebody gets brain damage, if they drown in a swimming pool a little bit and they go, blah, 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 they're clearly different. Their soul seems different. It just seems like I don't think they have a soul. I just think you are what you do, and you that okay. But why are you so important? I'm not important. I'm not important. Why does your happiness matter so much? Well, that's another thing that I was trying to figure out too. Is like I'm trying to latch on to what is objectively good, and there's these people, a lot of people. They think it's cool to like stab animals to death. Pigs are smarter than our dogs, and they say no, it's good to like pen pigs up in pens and take their kids away and cut their balls off and slit their throats and turn them into bacon. They say that's good, and I think, well, you're full of shit, because that is one thing that is universally bad. I'm pretty sure anybody in the world you ask, do you want your throat slit and do you want your balls cut off without anesthetic? That's a pretty bad day, right? That seems like most people are like, no, that's bad. If you're alive, you call that bad. And so to do that to like other mammals that are smarter than our dogs, that just seems obviously bad. If you say that that's good, you're hypocritical, because if we make artificial intelligent robots and they pen up you and they take your kids away and they're going to kill them and eat them and turn them into bacon, you're not going to be looking at your kid and saying, this is good, this is good. You're like, no, this is bad, this is horrible. So it seems like to bestow that onto these other mammals that are just weaker and can't do anything about it and say that it's good, that seems wrong. That seems hypocritical and bad. That seems like getting stabbed to death and turned into bacon and having your kids taken away and having your balls cut off without anesthetic. Anybody would say that that's bad. And so to do that to others, I just think that's bad. That's bad to do. That's a bad day. And to sort of do that, is pain and suffering good? No. Then isn't it bad to unnecessarily do that to others? Yes. Well, then why are people doing it? Well, because the others can't do anything about it. So I just think that's bad. And so I don't know. Is happiness good? I don't know. It's good for you, I guess. Do you like happiness? Seems like if you're alive, you generally want to be alive and you don't want to be dead and you want to feel good. So I don't know. What's your point, Sean? I just don't think, I don't know. I think there might be some things that are universally good or universally bad. And I find one of them to be I just don't want to be alone. That's why I live stream. I think just not being alone is good. I think being permanently alone is kind of bad. And so that's one thing I can latch onto. That's good. Depravity is bad. And so if I just keep talking, maybe I can steer myself away from depravity. Anyway, what else do you want to talk about, Sean? If somebody says that they love you and they're not giving you time, effort, or money, I think they're full of shit. I think there's a lot of people out there, like Joel Osteen, he'll start his like sermons and he'll say, we love you, and people go, oh, he loves me. But you gotta check him. Is he gonna pick you up from jail at 3 a.m? Is he gonna wire you money or something like that? If he won't give you his time, effort, or money, he doesn't love you. And I think maybe it's good to have 1 or 2 people in your life who will pick you up from jail at 1 a.m. But maybe you just can't do that for everybody. And so maybe investing love and care into somebody. Like I have my dog, and I really do kind of love my dog, and it's nice to like love and take care of like somebody, be there for somebody. Maybe that's a universally good thing. Love seems like it's almost a tangible thing. I'm trying to think about like what is universally good. When I feel the love, when I hug my dog, there's like a real like warm, good feeling. And I wonder, is that real? Is there some sort of invisible love energy going through the air? Sometimes I believe that. Sometimes I think like, why am I doing this live streaming? Maybe I just want invisible love energy. Maybe there's some invisible subworld that we all exist in, and when you do something good, people send you invisible love energy, and it feels good. And if you do something bad, people go, and you feel this nails in your back and heat, and it's like bad. There's this hissing sound, and you feel the hate, and maybe that's bad. Maybe I just want to, I want to get whatever juice I can get out of myself, and I just want to work from now on. I want to make little projects, and I just want invisible love energy. I really want, I really want invisible love energy from my ex. I have this ex from Davis, and I shouldn't say much about her, but I want her invisible love energy. Really, that's what I want. I can't talk to her. I can't talk to her. She probably won't even come to my page. But just on the off chance that she comes to my page, I just want her like invisible love energy. Are you sure you want that, Sean? You don't just want sex? No, that was such a good feeling to just feel like loved. Really? I do kind of believe in that. Like when I was with that ex, I did things that I could never do again. Like I was like a superhero. I went skydiving. I got like the best jobs. I did all this fucking shit. I felt like invincible, and I do kind of believe in that. I believe that there's invisible love energy that's sent. Don't you ever feel that? Don't you ever feel like I feel the love? It feels like there's some sort of invisible fuel that can be sent to you, and I'll take that. I'll take that. If I just live stream and my ex in Davis occasionally sends me through pity or something, some invisible love energy, I'll take that. You're pathetic, Sean. No, I don't want to fall for that shit anymore. When I was with that ex, some people kind of came in, some other guys, they came into my world and said, "That's pathetic. You should not kowtow to. She has you whipped. You should just fucking, I don't know. Don't take that. You should feel good about yourself. You should try to strive for greatness." And now I think all those people are fucking full of shit. I just wish I could go back to that time. I wish I could go back to that time of just feeling in love with somebody, and I love them and they love me, and we just are holding each other, and we're just like, we have everything we need. Life is perfect. It just felt like that was kind of as good as it got. Really, that point, and also just I did this oral presentation where I did something awesome in this acting class in front of like 15 people, and I felt the love. I felt the love. People are just like, "That was awesome. We love you. We love you." And just they said that was the coolest thing, and I felt like the love. And I think that that's a good thing to go for. What is that? I don't know. Love. I guess love, whatever that is, that invisible love energy. It's good if you can get that. It's good to strive for that. But I don't know. Maybe maybe all good things must come to an end. But I think in the terms of those relationships, there's the thing in relationships where I don't know, again, the nature of things, it just seems like if you pledge yourself to a thing, there's going to be ups and downs, and it seems like that's a real trick in life. It's like if you pledge yourself, it seems like if you invested in, maybe I'm wrong. I wonder if there is like love, if there's one love, one dream, one career, one wife. But I don't know, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But it seems like if you can cling to that thing and continually invest in it for like 40 years, if you picked one stock in like 1950 and just stuck with it through the ups and the downs, over 50 years you could have something really good. I would imagine that might be true with the relationships. There's going to be like downs, and relationship or a job, there's going to be down periods where you're just like, "Oh, it's going down and we should bail out and we should start over." Be like, "No, I'm going to stick to my thing, and I know that over the long term, as long as I keep investing in this and I stick to it, it's going to be better. I'm going to have something really great." And there's just something really awful. There's something really mocking and terrible about that thing getting dispersed. "Oh, I had this thing, and now I'm doing some new thing. And oh, we had this, remember you said you love that person, and oh, now it's gone. Oh, remember you did that, you were doing that workout routine, and up, now it's gone." If you can just stick to it through the ups and the downs, and keep at anything, just stick to some career and stick to some relationship and say that you love that person and nurture it, and don't fuck it up. Don't like smash it and break it apart. Just kind of like keep nurturing it and stick. There's going to be troughs. There's going to be like down periods where you're just like, maybe this isn't good. Maybe this isn't worth it. Just try to remember that good time. Try to remember those really good highs that you got from that thing, and just say, I'm sticking to this. And then maybe you can have something really great. Really? I don't know. I wish I had done that. I wish I did that back when I had a relationship. I wish I just stuck with it through the down periods, and maybe I could have something really great. But the winds of chaos, they blew it away. They blew her away out of my fingers, and we lost touch, and now I feel like it might be gone forever. So I don't know if anybody's listening to this. Probably nobody's listening to this. But if you got a good relationship and you're nurturing it and you got a good thing going, maybe try to keep it going. If you pledge to somebody that you're going to stay with them forever, that's a good thing. Is it good? Just keep it good. Don't muck it up. Don't muck it up. Don't be ungrateful, and just keep nurturing it and keep it going. And same thing with the career. There's going to be down periods, and just try to stick to it, or else you're going to end up like a nutcase. You're going to end up like me. This is the position a man ends in if he just gets blown away. If he can't preserve his integrity, if he can't stick to his thing, his career, or his his relationship. Just stick to that thing and believe in them, and they'll believe in you. And you can get like a win-win exchange in like a relationship or a job. You can have something where you are better together. You're adding to each other. You're scratching their back and they're scratching your back, and just stick to them. Then you have somebody. You have somebody who will drive you to the hospital at 3 in the morning, and you'll drive them to the hospital. Maybe you need that. Maybe that makes life good. If you can get that. If you can't get that, maybe you can get it with like a dog or something. But they can't pick you up from the hospital at 3 in the morning. Anyway, keep going, Sean. I miss my good thing. Yeah, yeah. Why don't you try to get a new good thing? It's not the same. Maybe it's just gone. Maybe it's just gone. Maybe that good thing can only happen. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know. All right, Sean. Well, what now? Here is now. Now is happening now, and you can't change the past. And so, what do you want to do now? Um, Nothing. Nothing? Yeah, I just want to do nothing. Can I just do nothing? That sounds bad. That sounds like it might lead you to some sort of nihilistic, suicidal life thing. You might just lie around and be depressed. Maybe the right question is not to ask what you feel like doing. Maybe you should just stick to something and fucking do it. Who cares how you feel? Just stick to your fucking thing. This is what happens, Sean. This is what happens when you bail out on your thing, when you stop believing in shit. Is it? I don't know. It's a scary feeling. It's a scary feeling to have no thing. No thing. Just blowing in the wind. There's no thing. There's no dream. There's no one. There's no soul. Just, I don't know. Then what? Then what? I don't know. Then I guess, what do you feel like doing? I feel like doing nothing. What do you mean feeling like doing? I just want to just do this. Can I just do this? Maybe you need somebody to give you something to do. No, no, I don't want it fucking. Well, try doing nothing. Try it. Try it for. You can't do nothing. Try it. Something's gonna make you do shit. You can sit here and do nothing for 10 minutes. You're gonna get bored. Something's gonna nudge you to do something. And so maybe you should employ yourself. Something will employ. Something's gonna. Some hunger. There's gonna be something that's gonna direct your attention. Eventually, people will repossess your stuff. What do you want to do, Sean? Give yourself some to-dos. Employ yourself, or the world will give you some employment that you might not want. Is that true? I just want to fuck somebody that I'm attracted to. That's really all I want to do. Let's do that. Really? Have you considered the consequences of that? Have you considered that you might impregnate somebody, get a disease, break somebody's heart, ruin their life? You might invite some. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. There's homeless. There's a lot of homeless people who are in. There's a lot of homeless people living in campers down by the dog park, and I see them. I see prostitutes come there sometimes. It just seems like if you take away a lot of shit from your normal human, especially a man, deep down there's still gonna be like, I want to fuck a hot chick. It's like that's still gonna be there, but the means of doing that without a job can become kind of creepy. What do you mean? Well, at that homeless encampment, there's these. I'll see some woman walking over there who's like this, like she's like missing teeth, and she's in like a little tutu, and she's got like a little handbag. She's just clearly like a prostitute, and she's like knocking on these different campers, and I'm just thinking like, God, that there's some guys in there who are they're just lounged out. They got like they're like 40 or 50. They got like a pot belly, some scraggly beard, and they're just like, I want to fuck, and they're like looking on their phone, and they're like, come on, I got $500, just come over, I want some fucking pussy. And then Is that good? I don't know. If it's a win-win exchange. If she's happy and he's happy, I guess it's good. Have you ever had sex that's bad? I've never put my dick into a vagina and felt like this sucks. I just feel like, feels like people have all this shit about like, what is my purpose? I don't know. Am I supposed to be an artist? Am I supposed? There's only one thing. There's one thing in my life that felt like that's what you're supposed to do is good old fashioned, no condom, dick and vagina, orgasming, filling up some woman between the age of 20 and 40 with lots of hot cum and just goal, you did it, you scored. All this other shit is all bullshit. It's all obfuscation. It's a shell game, and eventually you can get all that stuff out of the way, and you got that vagina, and you're just like, I did it, and I think that's the only thing in my life where everything in my body's saying, good, more of that. For sure, that feels like what you're supposed to do. That's the right place to put that thing. Yeah? Yeah. It makes you irreplaceably happy. And it makes you happy in a way that very few other things do. Why? Because you're a fucking mammal, and that's what you're supposed to fucking do. You're supposed to do that. All this other shit you could set on fire. All this other shit you could set on fire. It's just all this techno shit. It's just, it's real simple. People have been doing it for millions of years, and they don't even have to think about it. I think the thinking is fucking things up. All these people are, all these cell phones and shit, they're making people's prefrontal cortex too developed, and everybody's not having kids anymore. The population is going down. If you think about it, it's really inconvenient. If somebody laid out in front of you all the tasks and all the things that you don't want to do that you're going to have to do for that kid, you'd be like, fuck that, I'm not doing all that. But the great thing about just fucking somebody and impregnating somebody is once you have the kid, you gotta fucking do it. You gotta fucking do it. Is it good? I think it's good. I think it's good to nurture another mind before it expires. Certainly, good old fashioned dick and vagina orgasming feels pretty fucking good. And again, like the best time in my life, if I could go back to any point in my life, it would be hot sex with somebody I'm really attracted to. I think maybe that's as good as it gets. All this other fucking complicated shit is just, well, go get a whore then. I don't want to get a whore. Do whatever you want, Sean, but just if you break any laws, you're going to go to jail, and you can't make anybody like your thing. I mean, whatever you're doing, just whatever you want. It's your life. Just remember, everybody else wants that too. Everybody else wants. They want the attractive person. They want the women. They want money. They want money and security. Why not? They got lots of applicants, and they probably want the guy who's gonna give them the best life, right? And so, if you jump out there. But another thing to remember, Sean, is that every year you're gonna become less and less viable. If you sit in here for like another 2 years and make your models, you're gonna be older and less desirable. And so, if you want to fuck somebody and have hot sex, the years for doing that ahead are probably gonna be I mean, unless you're going to get like a really good job, your chances of doing that are going down every year. The people that you're able to do that with are also going to get older and older, and so maybe you should just do it. Here's a good question, Sean. If you could go back to when you were 20 and you knew that you would never get any career, all those sleepless nights studying anatomy and practicing animation, if you knew that at the end of that you'd just be here, do you think maybe you should have just tried to get laid? Do you think maybe you should have just tried to be like an actor or something and just tried to have fun and just try to get laid as much as possible? I don't know. It probably would have been better to just not fuck up my career. I think if I could go back in time, just go back to being 32, don't fuck up my career. I had a hot chick. That I was really into. I could have been into her for the rest of my life. I was really into her. I'm still into her. And then I had a good job. I should have just kept it. I fucked up. And so now I just gotta just die. Just die. You just gotta think about that for like 40 years. You just gotta think about it. No, you don't have to think about it. Let's just try to get laid. Well, you can try, but that's what everybody else is trying for too. You ask yourself, why is that guy doing that roto-rooter job? Because he's trying too. He's lifting weights, and he's making a good social media profile, and he's making money, and he's got his own place, and he's gonna beat you. He's gonna get the woman instead because he's gonna offer more. Really? I don't know, Sean. It seems like your exchange value has gone down significantly in the last 4 years since you started living with your dad, and so I fucked somebody last year. Yeah, but she couldn't have kids. I think I don't know. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, Sean. I feel like that's dark times. There's something about chasing those women that just feels like dark times. Why? Because I think deep down you know that you might not like that person and that you might end up serving her. You might have to pay child support and alimony, and you might hate each other. And it's probably wiser to like get a good job and and what, I don't know, find somebody that you trust and that you can have build a life with. I don't want to do that. Let's just have sex and try not to get pregnant. Well, you can try that. You can try that. Vagina! Vagina. Vagina's pretty great, right? Yep. Vagina's pretty great. That's what makes the world go round. That's why those people are doing those roto-rooter jobs. Because vagina is really, really good. People are so mean on these dating sites. I'll say like, let's have sex, and they'll just sometimes they get really nasty. And I think part of it is just they're like, some of it is just like, how dare you suggest that I would have sex for no money? Do you know how? Don't you see that I'm like a really classy, beautiful woman? You're not even offering anything. I think some of the anger that I get from women when I say, hey, okay, let's have sex, I'll get really nasty replies. And I think some of it is just like, you're not even going to offer me like dinner or a house. What kind of woman do you think I am? I think some of it is just like, I always think if somebody said to me, hey, let's have sex, I would interpret that as like, hey, I'm attractive enough that somebody wants to have sex with me. But women, a lot of women on here, they go, you're a scum, you're terrible, or you're just you're just terrible. And I think to myself, it feels like that hatred comes from just the idea that they can get a lot more. They're thinking like, you know, I should be, I expect the world and I shall have it. What do you mean? I think there's a lot of women. I think there's probably, it seems like I don't really know what's going on in the rest of the world, but I would imagine that there's just millions of women who are living with their parents, whose parents are saying, "Come on, get a job. Just go. Walmart is hiring down the street." And she's like, "No, no. I'm one more month. I'm gonna find that rich guy who has like a good job." And then there's a lot of guys in their parents' house whose parents are like, "Come on, go get a job at Walmart." And like, "No, no. Just let me keep working towards this career. I'm building my portfolio. I'm gonna get like a good career. I'm gonna become a professional gamer or artist or programmer or something." And the women living with their parents looking for that guy, they're kind of like virtual, they're like just rooting for that guy, those guys in their the women living with their parents' house are rooting for those guys in their parents' house to just come on, get the fucking job. And the guys are like, I'm trying. And then they can't, a lot of them can't get the job. And then the women, they're going to go with the guy who gets the job. And what? I'm not going to get the job. I guess I'm not going to get the job. So no pussy for me, I guess. But that seems like a kind of that's what I just, it seems like that game is probably playing out in a lot of places. So all these women at home, and They just want to get out of their parents' house. I think, I was dating somebody for a really long time, and I thought she really loved me, but it turned out I don't think she really did. I think she just wanted a life. I remember at some point she just said, I just missed the life. She wanted a life. I guess she wanted an exchange. She wanted win-win exchange. She wanted her dream. She wanted a house and kids, and just she thought that that was the way it works. You give a guy what he wants, and then you might be able to get what you want. And the guy, I don't know, what? I don't know. I just don't. I think if I'm really honest, I don't think there's a soul. And so if there's not a soul, it's so weird. It's like if there's no soul, then it seems like there's this stupid game where women want you to say, they're like, don't you love me? Don't you love me? We don't want to. If you just say like, I love your boobs, I love your pretty face, fuck you. I want you. I want somebody who loves me. And I always feel like rolling my eyes and just being like, there is no you. I don't believe in a you. And so the same thing is probably true of me. Like I think, oh, I want somebody to love me. But if there is no me, then maybe I should just expect that, of course they want a house, of course they want kids, of course they want security, or they want something, they want me to behave a certain way. I'm always kind of like, well, if I'm just behaving that way, that's not really me. But that's as good as it gets. Just be nice, behave nice, give them a house, give them kids, and just stick with them. I think you are what you do. I think love is a verb. Love is a verb, just like that. Just like sticking to a career. If you just stick with somebody and you behave nice over the long term, and you give them stuff, that's good enough. Yeah, yeah, I think kind of love is a verb. I think if you just expect, you're chained to somebody, and you're like, I love you and you love me. You said you love me. You have to love me no matter what. If that person suddenly just stops working and says, well, you said you love me. You got to keep loving me. That's not gonna work. Then you can get taken advantage of. You got to what? I don't know. What's your point, Sean? I just don't think there's a soul. I don't think there's a soul. I think that causes issues with men and women because do you really not think there's a soul? If I had to bet on it, if I was hooked up to a lie detector test, I don't think there is. I think there's just shit that happens, and I think that people's behavior fluctuates, and I don't believe in that stuff. What? I just don't believe in an identity. I think it's not a real thing. But I think if you can't really, it's hard to have a relationship that way because, again, women seem like they want you to love them, and they want you to believe in them. Yeah? I think they just want, I don't know. I don't know. Fuck it. What am I saying? Well, I just always am like, you guys are full of shit. I just want to fuck a hot chick. I just want to put my dick into the most attractive woman that I can get my dick into without raping somebody. And so, yeah. Well, everybody else wants that too. And if you want to know the right way to do that, Sean, it's on Google. It's on Google. You know the right way. You know the right way. Come on. Quit being ridiculous. Take a shower. Get a good job. Buy somebody flowers. Go to a nice restaurant. Try to if you don't believe in a self, just try to act normal. Don't say all this crazy shit. Just talk about nice, normal things, and just what? Just jerk off, Sean. Just jerk off. It's better. Trust me. Long time ago, I'm just gonna keep rambling because I really love it. I was hanging around this gay guy. Long time ago, when I was 21, I really wanted to fuck this hot chick. Just like now. I want to fuck a hot chick. But I didn't complete the mission. And so I was in this art class, and there was this super hot chick, and I was trying to fuck the hot chick. And I didn't do it. I thought I made a mistake when I was a kid. My dad never explained to me that, like, you're the man, and as the man, you have to go get the woman. Is that true? Well, I don't know. I just thought if I just stay really pretty and some woman will come to me, someday my princess will come. But it didn't really work. And so that woman, there was this really hot chick in my class, and she wandered over to me and says, wow, that art's good. And I was like, thanks. And I thought she was going to like ask me out or something, but she didn't do that. I should have gone for her. She was like, I'm the pretty person. You have to come to me. And I didn't do it. I chickened out. I didn't know how to do it. I was like, how do I talk to this girl? How to do it? And the moment waned, and I had horrible blue balls. And when I had but this gay guy was like, I like you. The guy knew that he's the guy, and he was the aggressor on me. And he came to me and he asked me, hey, do you want to come painting at my house? And I was like, sure, why not? And my friend is like, he wants your ass. And I'm like, no, he just likes my painting. We just want to do painting. Turned out he really was kind of gay, but I didn't have sex with him. But anyway, I was painting over at his house, and he I was telling him, we were sitting here drinking beers, and he was probably trying to get me liquored up so he could fuck my ass. But I didn't do it. I said, no, 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 I'm not into that. But anyway, we were drinking beers, and I was saying like, man, I really can't stop thinking about this beautiful woman. And he had this evil fat shrew in his upstairs who he was married to. He still lived with his ex-wife, and because they had a kid. But he was decided he just wanted to be a gay guy, and he just wanted to paint butts and go to junior college all the time. And so he was just talking to me, and I said, man, I can't stop thinking about this hot chick. And his wife is like, are you gonna go take out the garbage, Romeo? And he's like, just jerk off, trust me, just jerk off. He's like, trust me, just jerk off. And all this stuck in my head. He was kind of trying to warn me. He was saying like, you know, he did it. He fucked somebody, and now they hate each other, and now she's old, and now she just demands him and treats him like shit. And he's just like, he had a kid too. He completed the mission, but he was saying like, just trust me, just jerk off. And now he had already had a minor heart attack, and so at 45, he was just smoking pot, and he was just painting all day, and he was just like listening to Gypsy Kings in his tank top and just being like da da da. And I guess that was the best he was 40. He did a lot of things in life, and that was the best situation he could find, is just being free, enjoying his life, smoking pot, and doing art. And so maybe I should just do that. Maybe that's as good as it gets. George W. Bush, rich and famous, he could do a lot of different things in life. What's he doing? He's painting most of the day, according to, I don't know, I heard that. And then Sylvester Stallone doing a lot of painting. Jim Carrey, multi-millionaire celebrity, doing a lot of art. Maybe just sitting around doing art is pretty good. Maybe you should just do that, Sean. Maybe Jim Carrey, maybe he's nuts because he fucked Jenny McCarthy, and maybe just everything after that just seemed like just horrible in comparison. Could you imagine? Could you imagine sticking your naked dick into the naked pussy of Jenny McCarthy? Can you imagine that? That must have just felt like he was entering the gates of heaven. Maybe he just went nuts after that. Maybe he was just like, Jesus Christ, I lost that. Maybe he's just like nuts. Yeah, I don't know. That probably felt pretty good, right? I don't think that's true, Sean. What's his name? Donald Trump. Donald Trump has put his dick. Donald Trump got his dick into Karen McDougal. I used to regularly jerk off to Karen McDougal throughout my college years. I thought like that's the hottest woman in the world. And Donald Trump, 70-year-old Donald Trump, managed to convince this 30-something-year-old hot chick, I think she's one of the hottest women in the world, Karen McDougal, when she was still hot, he managed to convince her to have sex with him on a regular basis. He's truly a magic man. I didn't vote for him. I voted against him. I thought it was crazy to have him as president. But I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't get when people call him a bad guy. That still baffles me, because when people look at me and they say, you're bad, like if they seem to be saying, like when somebody says like you should be doing better in life, it seems like they're usually judging that on like how much money can you make, how good of a spouse can you get, how much fame can you acquire, how much power can you get. He was like winning on all those fronts in spades. He like knocked all of those out of the park, but he's bad. People are like, he's bad. I'm like, well, most people are calling him bad. It's like, you couldn't do those. That seems like he's winning in the game of life. And like the normal measurements of like if somebody's doing well or doing good in life, they say, well, you seem like you're doing pretty good in life. He's winning on all those fronts, but he's a bad guy. I don't know why he's bad. Because he's selfish, because he's too shallow. I think people are afraid of that. They're afraid of just like admitting that those things are good, and they want to believe that like sitting on a bed of nails or something is good. They want to believe that like, no, you should just be ugly or something, or I don't know. What's good? I don't know. Seems like depravity is bad. Life is good. Sunshine's good. Beauty's good. I don't know. What else is good? Is anything truly good or bad? Or what did Shakespeare say? Nothing is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. Is that true? Can you sit on a bed of nails? Can you be sitting with debilitating cancer, choking the life out of you, and tell yourself, this is good, this is good, this is good? Is that possible? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's try to fuck somebody. Let's just try to get laid. Come on. Do you want to have sex with her? Sure. I've ran out of likes. Ran out of messages. I was thinking, nobody's out there, right? Good. I was just thinking about this, the weird phenomenon of what what I'm fascinated with this, the weird phenomenon. What's the weird phenomenon? Just the phenomenon of believing that you're a thing, believing that you what you are, seeing if that can get you to consistently do something. Just seems like if you can do a thing and you can get better at that thing, like I don't know, there's just this weird phenomenon I'm always tripping out about how somebody will say like you're too this to do that. You're too like if somebody said like you're too old. Like sometimes I'll have a voice in my head or I'll have a voice in my from the outside world that will say you're too old to do all that working out. The time for working out is past. And I'll be working out and I'll be saying like, well, how can you say I'm too old to do it? If I'm doing it, how can you say I'm too blah, blah, blah to do that? And I find that a weird phenomenon. The phenomenon of belief or just whatever can get you to do that thing. It just seems like if you can get yourself to do something and you do it, then you're good enough to do it. But if, I don't know, can you improve at it? Can you get better at it? I don't know. Do you have to get better at it? Do you want to do it? What are you talking about? Well, I don't know. There's this weird thing I always trip out about. What weird thing? Just like, okay, so yesterday, so trying to get myself to go to jujitsu once a week, and I'm trying not to quit. And I feel like there's a voice in my head that says, you're not a jujitsu guy. And I think, how can you say I'm not a jujitsu guy? I'm doing jujitsu. And they said, well, you're not good enough to do it really good. And like, well, I'm getting better at it. Like I'm getting a little better. Each time I go there, I get a little better. And I feel like that's good enough. Like if I can just kind of get better at it, there's always going to be somebody way better. And so anyway, when I was at jiu-jitsu yesterday, I tried to fight at the end I tried to do 8 rounds. So I did 8 rounds. Each round was like 6 minutes. And so that's like 50 minutes of cardio or something. It's a good workout. But at the end of it, I was going to fight one more person. And so I was going to go fight there was a blue belt and a black belt who had just finished a match. And I looked at I looked at them and said, hey, any of you guys want to wrestle? And the blue belt's like, yeah, I'll do it. And I said, wait, I want to go for the black belt. And these people who were watching were like, oh, you think you're really good, huh? You think you're like oh, he's going for the black belt. Watch out, Tiger. They sort of do this mocking thing where it seems like if you go for something really good, like I was trying to, it feels very similar, like trying to say, like, I'm going to try to go for the hot chick. It feels like if you do that, other men in particular, they kind of feel like they have to like knock you down. They go like, oh, you think you're really good, huh? And I'm just kind of like, no, I don't think I'm anybody, but I want to try to go for the good thing. It's like, I feel like that's a mistake in life that my dad made and a lot of people make. It's just they get relegated. They get relegated. Other people say, you're not good. You're not a good thing. You should just stick to the bad thing. And a lot of people just they don't even try. They don't even try for the good thing. And they don't even try for like, it's like, obviously if you come into like jiu-jitsu, you want to beat the black belt. You want to do like as good as you can. Maybe you can't do it, but I think if you don't even like try, I mean, maybe like I should try later, but if I just think to myself, who am I to do that? Who am I to do that? Let me just stick to my little area and just that's it. But it seems like if I openly do what I want to do, people will come into my world and they'll assume that I'm egotistical. They'll assume that like, oh, you think you're like really good. I'm like, no, I don't think I'm anybody, but I just want the freedom to like try for what I want or at least say what I want. But I mean, I really, honest to God, I don't think I'm anybody. But people, if you do that, if you kind of like break from the herd or I don't know what, but people kind of interpret that as like, oh, you think you're really good. It's like, no, I don't think I'm anybody, but I want to try for what I want to try for. And I don't want to get stuck just relegated to some lame shit. It feels like people always are trying to get you to just relegate, they beat you back and just relegated to some lame shit. They say, come on, you're not that good. And you gotta, it's nice to sort of break out of that or at least try, just say like, I don't know, fuck it. Let me try to go for the good thing. You fool, you should work your way up. I guess you should work your way up, but you shouldn't not try because maybe you can do better. I don't know. Can you get better? Can you get better at anything? Can you get a little closer to that thing you want to get? If you can improve over time, then that's good. And so if you can believe that like I want that goal, and I can keep, as long as I can keep improving, then maybe I will get that goal. Then that's good. But it feels like sometimes people will try to say, you can't do that. You can't fucking do it. And it's, if you think that, I don't know. What are you trying to talk about? I don't know. I'm just I'm fascinated with the phenomenon of just like how if you depart from your normal lane, people often interpret that, at least in my world, they interpret that as or even just the lane that everybody else is in, whatever. If you try to be like an iconoclast, a lot of people will interpret that as egotism. And I just think, I really, honest to God, I don't think there is a me. If I had to bet on it, if I was hooked up to a lie detector test, I don't think there is a me. And so I'm not, I think I'm no one, really. Honest to God, I think I'm no one. You think you're no one? Well, I mean, I think the identity isn't a real thing. And so I don't even think that there's, I think greatness is, I don't know what the hell that really means. And so I just think like, I don't know, you are what you do. You are what you do. Can you do that thing, whatever you're trying to do? Like burpees. Like I started doing burpees like 2 years ago, and I was able to do 20 burpees when I first started. I thought, damn, these are really hard. And then I pushed myself. I thought, man, I can do like 30 burpees. I did 33 burpees. And during that time, some people might have been trolling me and saying like, ah, come on, what are you doing? You're not an athlete. What are you doing? You're not like really physically strong. And I just kept trying to do my best. I kept trying to do my best. And every time I tried to do my best, the next day I could get a little further, a little further, a little further. And then eventually, like last year, I could do like 400 burpees nonstop. I did that a month ago or 2 months ago or something. I did 400 burpees nonstop. I could do that right now. I could do at least 300 burpees nonstop. And so if I listened to some person who said, "Ah, come on, you're not athletic. You can't do burpees," and I stopped trying to push and do my best, I wouldn't have improved. It just seems like, I don't know, what can you do? Can you do your best? If you can do your best, maybe you can do a little better. But I think that thing about like, you're not this, you're not that. It's like, how can you say that? Might say like, you're too old to fuck a hot chick. And I just imagine there's some old guy fucking a hot chick just being like, how can you say I'm too old? I'm doing it. I'm fucking a hot chick. How can you say I'm too old to fuck a hot chick? If I'm doing it, how can you say I'm too blah 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 to do it? But what do you mean? I don't know. Well, can you do it, Sean? Can you do it? Well, if you think you can't do it, then you can't. You're not even gonna try for it. But I think I don't know. I also think sometimes people sort of get beaten down by people into saying something that they want that they don't want. What do you mean? I just think that like, a lot of people you might be trying to fuck a hot chick, and then somebody says that's bad. You shouldn't want that. You should want something else, and you can get bullied. You can get bullied into saying that you want something that you don't want, and then you might get it. You might get it. Yeah. I don't know. What can you get, Sean? Everybody wants to fuck the hot chick. Everybody wants to fuck the hot chick. Is that true? Of course. Is that true? Maybe not everybody. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan could have fucked a lot of people, but he's married to somebody who's kind of so-so, right? You're so shallow, Sean. No, it's kind of an interesting phenomenon. I think Joe Rogan, he probably has a prenuptial agreement with his wife, and he probably made a deal with her, which is like, look, I'll pay for your stuff and I'll pay for your plastic surgery and I'll live with you and you can be the mother of my kids and I'll stay married to you. But I also get to try to fuck the hot chicks. I think he has a deal where he's kind of like, after his shows, he probably gets laid with like fans or with prostitutes who can keep their mouth shut. But I just feel like, doesn't every guy just want to fuck the hot chick? Isn't that just like built into men? Who cares what they want to do? Some of them don't. Some of them commit. I've never been another man, but I always imagine like if I was a famous, I always marvel at any famous actor or famous man who cannot fuck the hot chick because I just think like if I was famous, Jesus Christ, if I was famous and I had solicitations from hot chicks just sending me like, here's my naked sexy body and here's my address, I would just be on a tirade. I would just be on like a, a year-long spree of touring the country just having sex with anybody, everybody. Why wouldn't you do that? I don't know. Maybe if you had the opportunity to do that, you'd find it to be pretty bad. I just think if a man was in like a holodeck, like on Star Trek, they have the holodeck. You can do some virtual world where you can do anything. I would think most men would just be like, I just want to fuck super hot chicks all day long. Wouldn't that get boring? I don't think so. Different super hot chick all the time. I just think what I always wonder how a famous movie star can stay married and do that. That's terrible, Sean. I don't know. Maybe they get bored of it. I don't know. What's your point, Sean? I don't know. Just just that weird phenomenon of just people. I don't know. I don't know. I forgot what I was talking about. You fool, Sean. You fool. Yeah, I'm a fool. Look, not all the time. Not all the time. Gavin Newsom wanted to fuck the hot chick. Joe Rogan wanted to fuck the hot chick. Uh, Bill Clinton wanted to fuck the hot chick. Uh, Bill Gates, turns out, wanted to fuck the hot chick. And I don't know what. They're just compelled. Men are compelled to. They want to impregnate somebody with DNA. They get a boner. They see somebody who's ripe for baby making. So how do they stay married? They just give up at it. They give up it. They make a deal. They say, well, I fucked the hot chick, and now in exchange for fucking the hot chick, now that she's the mother of my kids, I'm gonna stick with her when she's not the hot chick. Yeah, is that good? It's good. It probably feels kind of. Yeah, I guess it's good. Is it good? It's nice to stick with somebody through the ups and the downs. It's nice that they might stick with you. Think about it, Sean. If you would have stuck with that woman that you were thinking about marrying, maybe she would have stuck with you in this time when nobody wants to fuck you. Now that nobody wants to fuck you, maybe if you just stuck with her, then you could both have somebody to fuck. That would have been like, you wouldn't be in this craziness. Maybe it's not good to have nobody to fuck. Nobody wants to fuck you. Nobody want you. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe people just don't have sex anymore. I don't know. This feels dark though. This feels like a dark, there's a dark situation that I'm in that at least I feel alive. There's a quote from what is that quote? There's a quote on what's it called? Being John Malkovich. Being John Malkovich, where this lady says, "Look, what does she say?" She says, the way I see it, the way I see it, there's two kinds of people in this world: those who go for what they want, and those who don't. And the people who go for what they want, they might not always get what they want, but at least they stay vital, you know? And those people who don't get what they want, well, who gives a shit about them anyway? That's horrible, Sean. That was great. It's great. Being John Malkovich I thought it was a movie. It was almost good. Almost great movie, but it wasn't quite great. But it had some great parts in it. Being John Malkovich. Wildcat. Wildcat. Come on, Sean, this is no good. This is no good. The day is ticking on. You need to get a grip. Let's work out. Let's work out. Let's pull ourselves away from this chaos. You fool, Sean. You fool. You've just fallen into the default. There's fools like you. No, they're not just like you. That's the mistake. What's the mistake? That's what people want to do. They want to say, I know 1,000 people just like you. You're just a grifter now. It's like, I wasn't always a grifter. Look at me 5 years ago when I had a good job. I wasn't a grifter then. I could get a job and not be a grifter later. I'm not falling for that shit anymore. I'm not falling for you're just a blah, blah, blah. I've seen a million people like you. No, you haven't. I'm a completely unique person, and I wasn't something a little while ago, and I cannot be like that today. I'm not falling for that shit. Well, if you are what you do, maybe if you're acting like a fucking loser, maybe you should stop acting like a loser. I can do that later if I want, but right now, I want to do this. And if you're gonna call that loser, that's fine, but I'm not gonna kowtow to your fucking label. Go ahead, unfollow me, dislike me, I don't care. I gotta keep a barometer on what do I want to do. I don't give a fuck what you think I should do. What do I want to do? I want to fuck somebody. I want to get my dick into somebody that I'm attracted to. Let's try for that. Mr. Charlie. Hey, Charlie. How you doing? Come in here. You gotta check that out, Charlie. You gotta check that out. The only thing I really have to do today is I have to make an appointment for my dog, Charlie. My dog Charlie has his ear is like wet and it keeps staying wet and it smells bad. It smells like he might have some sort of ear infection, and so I have to make an appointment for my dog Charlie at the vet, and they're really hard to get a hold of. And so I have to remember to do that. Write it down, Sean, write it down. Make an appointment for Charlie um, to check his left ear. His left ear. Yeah, his left ear. It's got some fluid in it, and it's been like that for like weeks. That's a good reason to get a job too. Nobody's out there, right? But I just assume. There's probably a lot of good reasons to get a job. I would imagine. Shit could get really depraved. America might take like a turn for the worse. and people who have a good job and savings might be able to keep their head above water, and people like me might not be able to. What? I don't know. Shit could get really desperate. Shit could get. The quality of life in America could go down somehow. Maybe this all this crazy amounts of $1 trillion spending, or this great resignation. They say that this last August in America, more people quit their jobs than like ever recorded, and so maybe that's not sustainable. Maybe there's going to be some sort of economic collapse, and people like me are going to end up like really fucking depraved, and people with jobs are going to end up just barely being okay. So maybe it's good to have a job to just preserve some resources in case shit gets really desperate. What do you mean? Well, I mean, maybe if I have a job in the future, I could take my dog to the vet. Maybe that's good to do. What? I don't know. Everybody knows it. Like, yeah, having a job. There's good aspects of having a job. I know. I know. I know. This fucking vet. This vet is they like don't they get so much business they don't even want business anymore. They'll like not pick up the phone. I called the vet sometimes and they're just like, go away. Go away, call another vet. I'm just like, damn. You know what? You know what's a good thing? Speaking, if I was business savvy, that seems like a good thing to do. Is find an area where there's a bunch of people and they're missing some. Uh, there's a need. Yeah, it just seems like you can't get around that. Serve other people's needs is a good way to go if you want. Yeah. What do you mean, Sean? I don't know. Like if I was smarter, down in this Point Richmond town, there's this town called Point Richmond, and there's no supermarket. And so the people in Point Richmond, they don't want to go to the ghetto to the supermarket. And so this one Indian guy, he just kind of made this market and jacked up the prices really high. And he's become I've watched that little Indian guy gradually increase the size of his store. He's just bilking all these people in this town because there's no store. And so he's giving them what they need, but he's doing it at a high price. And he has, in just like the last 10 years, I guess. No, maybe the last like 6 years. I've seen his shop go from this shabby little shop to like he's expanded it. He's got like a deli. He's got big screen TVs. His son has like this really expensive Escalade car. Why? Because he's just. I think there's a lot of like third world people who are just like, you fools, all you fucking white people, like we'll serve people. We want to work, and they're just like. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like blah blah blah. What's the meaning of life? And other people are coming into America just being like, fuck you, we're gonna get the money. Yeah, yeah. There's people doing that. If I was smart, if I wanted to make a lot of money, I mean, I don't. I would imagine that not. I don't think this would work anymore. But I think before COVID, there was no gym in this whole community. There was no gym, and I was thinking like, fuck, like you have to drive all the way across town to go to a gym. I think if somebody would have built a gym in like the little downtown Point Richmond, I bet a lot of people would have gone there because there's all these rich people around here who are just like they don't want to go to the ghetto. There's no gym near here, and so people could probably make a lot of money with that. And I don't know, a vet. This vet is like impossible to get a hold of, and somebody could probably make a lot of money just starting another vet. But I'm not gonna do it.
Richmond Veterinary.
Hi, I just want to make an appointment for Charlie, my dog.
Okay, let's see. And then can I just get a phone number?
Oh yes, it's 510 309 7273.
Okay, and then it's for Sean Richard?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the appointment for?
He's been scratching at his ear and shaking his head a lot. It seems like he has some kind of fluid in his ear, and it hasn't gone away for like a week or 2 weeks.
Okay. I do see here as soon as available appointment would be on a Wednesday. We have a 10 o'clock in the morning, and then we have a 2:45.
I'll take the 10.
The 10.
Is it this Wednesday?
Yes, this Wednesday. Is that okay?
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll be there then.
Oh,
Yeah, it's got a weird smell, and it just he just keeps shaking his head, and it hurts if I put my finger in there. He's kind of cries, and so
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll just have him down for this Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Okay.
okay, thanks.
Of course, no problem.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Simple, problem solved. Yeah, your dad's gonna have to pay for that. I know my dad pays for everything. It's fine. Maybe you should pay for some stuff, Sean. No, I don't want it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Can't. We got plenty of money. It's fine. There's no need for me to do that. Not yet. There might be later. Well, then I'll get a job. Let's keep trying to get laid. Vagina. Vagina. No vagina. Oh yeah, I want to make that video, the no vagina video. Let's keep trying to get laid for a while. No vagina. There's so many hot chicks. Nobody's out there, right? It's always amazes me when I scroll around on Tinder or something like that. I see all these just beautiful women. There's so many beautiful women, and they're so close. I typed in like a 10-mile radius. It means that within visual distance of me, there's just tons of beautiful women, and they're everywhere. Really? Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful women in the world. Yep. I feel like slightly sick. Why? I don't know. It's just sick. Why do you feel sick, Sean? There's something dark about online dating. I don't really know what it is. It's a weird thing that like you think, I don't know, I think to myself like, what do I want to do? I want to have sex with somebody I'm attracted to. But ironically, most of the people that I've known in real life who have lots of sex with a lot of people, they're kind of depressed and fucked up. There's a lot of porn stars who have had sex, just like tons of sex with super hot people, and then they like kill themselves. There's a bunch of famous suicidal porn people, and I think to myself like, they got like what most people would want in their wildest dreams times many times over. Why did they do that? I don't know. Maybe the really big highs create real big lows or something. I don't know. Come on, Sean. Let's get on with our day. I have nothing else to do. There's nothing else really for me to do. So why don't you give yourself some things to do? This is what I want to do. I want to scroll Tinder and I want to live stream. So I'm going to do it. Am I breaking any laws? No? Then I'm going to keep doing it. Jesus Christ. Sexy women are pretty great, right? Pretty great. Pretty great. Yeah. That's why people pay for them, Sean. They get a job and they do things the right way. You know, it's kind of there's like a deceptive tactic that a lot of people use on dating sites where on their first picture, they'll show two people, and one of them's super hot and one of them's not. And then you think like maybe, and then you click on him and you're like, oh, you tried to trick me. You posed with your hot friend. Horrible, horrible. Boobs are great. Big boobs. Big boobs are pretty great. Yep. That's something that's like universally good. Is that universally good? Yeah, I think big, big perky boobs and just what? Um, when I was when I was in fifth grade, or no, I'm sorry, first kindergarten. When I was in kindergarten, one of my only memory, I don't remember a ton from kindergarten. I remember seeing the challenge. I remember our kindergarten teacher took us to a room and showed us the Challenger space disaster. She thought that was like an important event that we all had to see, and I remember that barely. And then I remember that was event like 1985 or something. Wow. Anyway, I also remember sitting in this room after school, and I remember the little school bus was gonna. We had to do some like after school program where we have to stay in our kindergarten class longer to like to practice writing Danielian handwriting. Danielian handwriting is basically just cursive handwriting, and I remember on the board on the ceiling was examples of cursive Danielian handwriting, and they had an A at the front of the letter was the at the front of the board or the wall was the letter A, Danielian A, and it was shaped like a boob. It was like it was very much like a female boob. That's like a big cursive A. It looks like a ripe, plump, perfectly shaped breast. And I can remember being by nature, without even anybody, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I was just looking at it, going like, I like that shape. Why do I like that shape? There's something I just couldn't stop looking at it. And it's interesting. People are they're hardwired to be attracted to boobs. Big boobs are fucking awesome, aren't they? I get slightly high just thinking about big perky boobs. Pretty great, right? Pretty great. Yep. How about butts? Are butts good? I guess butts are good too, but boobs are pretty great too. They're all great. I feel sick. I feel sick. There's a sickness coming over me. Why? You're plunging into the lowest common denominator, Sean. You're gonna just have. You're gonna go. You're gonna feel high as you plunge around and think potential sex, and then you're gonna come crashing down to reality. Your endorphins are gonna wear off, and you're gonna think no sex, no vagina, and you're going to look at yourself and be like, maybe I'll never get vagina again. Everybody else in the world, they're having great experiences with vaginas and boobs, and I'm missing out, and I'll never have it again. And then you're going to feel really low. Maybe you should just have a nice placid existence of no dating apps. Sit around like a monk. Sit around like a monk and just say, I don't like sex. No highs, no lows. I think I don't know. Let's keep talking about that. One time this pretty Asian girl in my graduate program at San Jose State, she was cheating on her husband. She didn't tell me she was married, but she just said, "Hey, I like you. Let's have sex." And so we had sex. And then I found out after we were having sex that she was actually cheating. She was gallivanting around, and she was married. I didn't know she was married. And before I found out she was married, she took me to this meditation retreat out in Ukiah. And so we drove all the way to Ukiah, and we found these monks. There were these white guy monks who had like a shrine, a temple. They had like a bunch of different temples out in Ukiah, and they had like this one big shrine that they all met down in once a day or once a week or something. And then the rest of the time they just went all up to their little huts in the hills. They had these little huts in the hills, and they stayed there all day thinking about nothing and trying to be free of desire and just meditating. And then they'd come down into the hut for a little while and they'd talk. And when they came down to the hut, people could come and bring offerings. And that's what this girl liked to do. She liked to cheat on her husband occasionally with people like me. And then she liked to bring offerings to the people. She had all this bullshit about like, you must be good, you must have good speech and good action. And I thought like, well, cheating on your husband who's paying all the bills doesn't seem like very good action. You seem like you're full of shit. But whatever, the pull of sex is strong. And so she dragged me up there to go give some offerings. We cooked some food and we were bringing it to the people. And then we were sitting in this kitchen like preparing our food. And there was this other guy who used to come and make offerings to the monks. And then he was like this old guy who seemed like he said he admired the monks and they're trying to be free of desire. He thought that was a cool thing to do. And then the pretty Asian girl that was me, she was like, "Oh, like nice to meet you. What's your name?" And he sort of said, "My name's Bill," or something like that. And he had like a knife, and it just like it didn't seem totally obvious, but it seemed like his body language. He's holding this knife towards her as though he was talking and being cordial and just saying, "Oh, my name's blah blah blah," but his body language was saying like, Get the fuck away from me, harlot. Get the fuck away from me. You are desire. Your perky boobs and stuff, they're going to cause me a lot of harm. And I've devoted my life to trying to be free of that. I used to be really, really, really caught up in trying to get laid, and it caused me a lot of pain. And now I just want you to stay away. Stay away, woman. I don't want you on my mind. And I just remember that guy. He was just like really older and uglier. And I think he was just, I don't know. He just seemed like, but he seemed kind of dead. Those people who are just like, they're trying to be free of desire and stuff like that. They kind of seem like placid. They seem like, well, I guess you're free of desire, but you're also kind of dead and boring. Are they? I don't know. There is a happiness with that. Feel like times in my life when I just kind of didn't try to get laid, it does feel like there's kind of a bliss to that too. But the best times in my life were hot sex with somebody I was really attracted to, or just they're all with people. They're all with people. Really? Yeah, that's why I kind of want to just get away from this computer and this live stream life and just knock somebody up and just go to work and pay for some kids, just like a normal man. Can I just be a normal man with a normal woman? I don't know. Can you be? I think if I just knock somebody up, then I'll have to get a job. There's no reason to get a job otherwise. I just want to knock somebody up who has a little bit stronger DNA than me, so my kid isn't a nerd, and then get a normal job and just, I don't know, enjoy some simple pleasures in life. Like what? I don't know. Just, I think, again, the best times in my life have all been times with other people, and so there's probably fun to be had. Seems like, yeah, fun. There's fun to be had with just love, kids, I don't know, going to the duck pond, um, being happy, taking care of each other. What else, Sean? I don't know. Dancing. There's so many like simple pleasures you can have with just humans just kind of having fun, and can you do those, Sean? I wish I could do those. I feel like a lot of, I mean, maybe you can, simple pleasures. I always envy the people who are the bolder, braver people. I always feel like, man, they can like really have fun. Really? Yeah, I don't know. What, Sean? I took an improv acting class a long time ago, and it always sticks in my mind. This improv acting class, they did this thing called the diamond dance. What's the diamond dance? Diamond dance is just basically you have a bunch of you have four people, and one person just stands in the front and they dance, and then the other three people who are behind them, they have to imitate that dance, and so everybody's dancing, and then they rotate, and then there's a new person in the front, and then everybody dances like that person. And I remember the people were doing that and they thought, this is awesome. They were just making up these dances. And then the teacher said, isn't this interesting that like there's all these people all around the world doing all this complicated tech shit and trying to just have as much fun as we're having in this room. We're having like a really, really good time, just a bunch of people in a room. We're not spending any money, no complicated tech shit, and we're just having a blast. Why can't people do that normally? I don't know. Maybe it, I don't know. Maybe it takes guts. It takes guts. It takes courage. Can you have this courage? I don't know. You can have a good time without courage. I don't know. I don't know. Can we quit all this talking? Let's just try to get laid. We tried. We ran out of likes. Try again tomorrow. All right. All right. So we got to take Charlie to the vet on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Wednesday at 10 a.m. Take Charlie to the vet. This Wednesday. All right. All right. So what's next, Sean? Let's just work out. I want to work out. All right. Let's do pull-ups. Let's do our normal routine. I want some coffee. That's my boy Chuck. That's Charlie, a good friend. Oh, the good friend Charlie. Charlie. Beautiful lab, Charlie. Good. That there. That's Chuck. Good friend. Charlie's a good buddy. He's a good buddy. That's my friend Chuck. He's a good friend. You good friend, Chuck. Good dog, Charlie. Good boy. Good Charlie. I don't know. Charlie. Chuck. That's all boy. Hey, Charlie. Charlie, good dog. Good dog, Charlie. Good dog. Chuck. He's a good buddy. He's a good buddy. He's a good friend. Charlie, good dog. Good dog. Good friend. That's Charlie, good dog. I love you, Chuck. You good dog, Charlie. Good dog. You, Chuck. He's a little lion. Charlie's a little lion. He's a little lion. Oh, boy. You're so lion. Good dog. Charlie's a good dog. He's a good doggy. Charlie. Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie with his little socks. That's a sock. Itchy butt. Itchy butt, Charlie. That's Charlie. That's Chuck. He's Charlie. Charlie, my friend. Charlie, my friend. That's Charlie, my friend. He's Charlie, my friend. He's Chuck. That's Chuck. He's Charlie. No, vagina. All right, time to get on with the day. All right, what do I want to do? Let's try. Well, we did our rant for a really long time. Let's do a. What do you feel like doing, Sean? Well, do you want to feel good? Yes. How do you feel right now on a scale of 1 to 10? About a 5. You want to feel better? Yeah. Well, last time you sung a song, it made you feel better. So if you want to feel better right now, maybe you should try a song. You want to feel better? Yeah. Sing a song. Try it. All right. How do you feel right now? Scale 1 to 10? 5. Try a song. Ready? Let's sing a new song. Let's sing Camp Down, Camp Down Races. All right. Camp Down Races. Lyrics. That's Stephen Foster. That Stephen Foster was a motherfucker. Stephen Foster, he was the first pop musician. He was the first Michael Jackson back in 1840 something. He wrote some really catchy songs. Camp down, ladies, sing this song. Doo da, doo da. Okay, so when you do this, you have to sing as though you're trying to do a platinum record, and you want to belt out those lyrics from your diaphragm, and you want to try to sing, try to reach the high notes. Don't chicken out. You gotta belt out the the air as hard as you can from your lungs, and if there's a high note and you don't think you can reach it, just try it. But it comes out better if you try for the high notes. All right, ready? Go. Camp down, ladies, sing this song. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Camp down, racetracks 5 miles long. Oh, doo-dah day. I came down here with my cat. I don't know the lyrics. Oh, fuck. This song's too complicated. Let's sing an easier song. Just sing anything. Sing something you know the lyrics to already. Dashing and daring, courageous and caring, faithful and friendly with stories to share. All through the forest they sing out in chorus, marching along as their song fills the air. Gummy bears, bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure that's beyond compare. They are the gummy bears. They are the gummy bears! That was a little too loud. How do you feel? Well, now I feel bad because I feel like I woke up my fucking neighbors. Don't go nuts, Sean. You don't want to go nuts. All right, let's try it. Let's try a little easier song. Just do go. Ready? Just do summertime. Summertime and the living is easy. Fish. Thank you. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich and your mom is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and take to the sky. But until that morning, there ain't nothing can harm you. No, 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 no. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. Ooh. That was good, John. That was pretty good. How do you feel now? About a 6? Well, there you go. Next time you feel at about a 5, if you want to feel to a 6, singing might be a way to do that. All right. Good to know. All right. Let's do some working out. Let's do a Tony Robbins state change. What's a Tony Robbins state change? Well, Tony Robbins says that if you're ever in a bad state, if you're kind of in a little slump, you can do what's called a state change, something that makes you feel better or worse. He says an easy one is to grab a big thing of beer and chug down a bunch of beer, and that'll change your state to something drugged out and stupid. That might make you feel good, but you pay for it later. He says a better one is working out. So I'm going to work out. I'm going to try to do a bunch of cardio, and that's going to change my state to something, I don't know, with a little more endorphins. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, fucking. Tony Robbins state change. Just for the record, if anybody thinks that I'm hot, if you're a female between the ages of 20 and 40 who with a working vagina, let's make a baby. I'm down. Just come over. My address is 124 Cottage Avenue, and I'm down to have a baby. You want to have a baby? We are mammals, and I think we should. It's never going to seem like the right thing to do, but if you're down for it and you want to have a baby with me, I'm down. Let's do it. Just have a baby, and I'll try to love you. I'll try to get married, but I'm proposing that to anybody, any female between the ages of 20, 40. If you got a working vagina and you can make a baby, let's try. Let's try it. There's no harm in trying. Well, there is, John. You could get a disease or something. Let's try not to get it. I don't have any diseases. I don't have any COVID. but I think we should just try to have a baby. All these childless people, our prefrontal cortex is getting too well developed from all this cell phone use and all this tech shit, and so people aren't having kids, and they're all fucking miserable. That tech shit is never going to replace just good old fashioned dick and vagina, making babies, man and a woman being good to each other. Let's just do it. I'm down. You 20 and 40, you want to have a baby? I'm down. Let's try for it. Offer stands. Offer stands. If you're watching this later, just come over. Just come over. All right, I gotta do some pull-ups. Let me get my workout gear. I gotta work out. Work out. Go later. All right, I want to do some pull-ups. Um, Nobody's out there, right? Good. I have this. I inspiration struck me 2 days ago, and I thought of this idea, like a poem or something. I wanted to make a poem or some sort of little video about a fruit. There's a fruit on a tree, and what does the fruit say? Just something like I want to make some sort of like little video poem type thing about how maybe it's good to get squeezed. What does that mean? There's a poem to be made here, but I haven't worked it out yet. But something about like maybe it's good to get squeezed. Like I'm always thinking to myself like, "Oh, I don't want to get squeezed. I don't want to get squeezed by some lady who wants a house and kid. I don't want to get squeezed by some job that wants to just get a lot of money. I don't want to get squeezed by some landlord." And so it keeps me at my dad's house. But then I don't know, maybe it is good to get squeezed. And I think that I don't know, there's a poem to be made here about like a fruit. There's a fruit on a tree, and he's thinking maybe it's good to get squeezed. Maybe then you can drop some seeds. Maybe you can get squeezed by someone who loves you. Maybe it feels good to get squeezed by someone who loves you. Um, if you're a lemon, maybe you can get squeezed into like a lemon meringue pie. If you're passion fruit, maybe you can get squeezed into a passion fruit pie. What's a fruit like me to do but try to be sweet? Can how can you get who can get the most juice out of me? That's like a good question. Like I don't know. Is there a person out there that can get a lot of juice out of you? But maybe it's good to get squeezed. Anyway, I hope you got something sweet out of this. I did. Maybe if no one's picking you, don't be sour. Don't be sour. Just try to make the most of. Just try to make the most of it. Try to make life be sweet. It's good to be sweet. Try to find some sweet stuff. I don't know. There's some poem to be made. They're going to. Maybe if nobody's picking you and they're going for the other riper fruit on the tree, maybe you can just squeeze yourself. I do that every night. And just try to get the most juice out of this thing. Try to get the most juice out of yourself. Try to make things sweet. Maybe it's just good to try to make things sweet. Find the sweetness, because maybe you won't be around forever. Maybe eventually you're gonna get sour, and so you should just try to get squeezed. Squeeze yourself. Squeeze every drop of goodness out of yourself. Any little drop of goodness that you can squeeze out of yourself is still good. And there's goodness to be derived in any situation. So wherever you land, wherever you happen to land, just try to be sweet. What's a fruit like me to do but try to be sweet? I don't know. There's a poem to be made there. Great, Sean. Maybe it's good though. Yeah, that's why people go to work. People go to work because they want it. They're getting squeezed, but it's good. It's good because somebody might really be able to use you. There might be somebody out there who could really use your thing, whatever it is. And so maybe it's good to get a job. Maybe it's a cynical kind of low life mindset to be like, I don't want to get squeezed. Those people are just trying to squeeze me. Maybe it's good. It's like you got to get squeezed by something. Maybe you should try to get some juice out of yourself before you're fucking sour. So maybe it's good. Then maybe somebody can use you. Yeah? I don't know. There's a poem to be made there, but I haven't worked it out. But I want to make that later. All right. So in the meantime, let's do 13 pull-ups. All right, so I want to do the most pull-ups I've ever done is 16, and so I want to go for 16 to 17 pull-ups. So I want to get the most out of myself. I want to try to be my best. There's this guru out there called Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has this principle called a state change, which I've never totally. He's like he helped according to some bullshit. He helped Andre Agassi to win again, and I think maybe his stuff works. I don't really know, but he has this one fascinating idea, which is just that something that controls your performance, or whether if you're trying to get the most out of yourself, you want to be in a good state to do that thing. And so like sometimes he says sometimes you're in like a slumped state. You're like, oh, I'm tired. Like he says like if you just feel he says like people kind of play like a role. It's a weird idea that sometimes you can just kind of get on a losing streak because you're playing this role of like the sad guy, and it's weird. Like he gives the example of he used to do therapy, and he'd have these people come into his therapy room, and they'd suddenly just start saying, oh, I'm sad, and my life is so terrible and stuff. And they just start getting in this weepy mode. And then he'd say, excuse me, we haven't fucking started yet. And they're like, oh, shit. And they're like, sorry, I didn't mean to do it. And he's kind of saying, see, like, you don't have to be all like, so you were playing just a role. You didn't realize it, but I kind of snapped you out of it. And now you're kind of like, see, you thought like you have to cry, but you don't have to cry. You can control yourself and not cry. You just didn't realize it. You got caught in the momentum of your little thing, and you have to break that momentum sometimes, or you can break that momentum. That's what his plan is. So he has this idea of like a state change. He says, I guess I don't know totally how it works, but if you're about to try to do something, I don't know if it works, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna just give it a try. Whatever's gonna make me do more pull-ups. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do affirmations. I don't know. I don't think they work. You got to believe it, Sean. Believe it. All right, he says, I am strong. I am strong. I am confident. I am capable. I am free. I am loved. All right, now how do you feel, Sean? I don't know. I guess I feel okay. All right. Well, now he says, when you do those pull-ups, you got to go like, you got to like work yourself up and be like, like something. You can't just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do some pull-ups. Does that shit work? I don't know. It's worth a try. Whatever's gonna make you get the most juice out of yourself, Sean. Fuck it. It's worth a try. All right. First thing I gotta do, I gotta take a shit, and that'll reduce my weight by a little bit. That might help. Take a shit. I want to do 13 to 17 pull-ups. I'll try to do a Tony Robbins state change, which I'll just go something like that. But don't wake up the neighbors. All right. So I want to get the most pull-ups out of myself. It seems like I can only really do it once. My best time to do pull-ups usually is kind of in the morning, and after I do it once, I'm probably not gonna be able to do it a lot more later. But I don't know. Anyway, I want to go for 17 pull-ups. That would break my record. Now, it seems like the best way for me to do it that I've observed is to exhale on the way up. Like when I get to the bottom, exhale, push out the air when I'm about to constrain my muscles. When I what do you call it? When I crunch, when I constrain my muscles, that's when I should breathe out. And then I should relax when I go down. Don't waste any energy. I should just kind of go limp and then constrain, breathe out, constrain, go limp. I want my arms to kind of go all the way down when I hit the bottom. I don't want to linger too long when I fall on the bottom. And then it seems like I can usually do about 10 to 12 with good form. And then after the good form, just do anything. Kick, scream, grunt, yell, whatever is going to get me, just whatever gets me. I want to get I want to get basically I want to get the ring to my shoulder. That's a full pull-up. A full pull-up is, for me, a full pull-up is drop down, straighten my arms, and then pull up the ring to my shoulder. And so, if you don't do it today, Sean, you can do it tomorrow. But try your best. Try your best. All right, so let's try a Tony Robbins state change. What's a Tony Robbins state change? I don't know. Tony Robbins says it works, but I don't know if it works. It's worth a try, right? It's worth a try. The important thing, Sean, do your best. Do your best. There's always a tomorrow, and yeah. So Tony Robbins state change. So what's the Tony Robbins state change? He says that like if you just kind of like, oh, whatever, let's just get this over with. That might not be the best state to do your thing. Is this just bullshit? I don't know if it's bullshit. It might be bullshit. But he says that if you just go like, if you do some like strong aggressive shit before you do it, you know, like when football players, they're going out there, they go, whoa, when they like beat themselves. Does that shit work? I don't know. It's worth a try. So what are you going to do? Just go, whoa, do some crazy shit. Like that guy, what was that guy on that green screen where he's like, do it, do it. Yeah, but better. You got to be like a fucking gorilla. Be like a fucking gorilla. Okay? Just do some gorilla shit. Do some gorilla shit. Ready? Do some gorilla shit first. It's worth a try. It's worth a try. Try some different gorilla shit tomorrow. But do whatever gorilla shit you can do that first. I want to do 17 pull-ups. 17 pull-ups. That's my goal. So I should try to just do good form for 10 or 12, and then the last ones just kick, scream, anything. But once I touch the ground with my feet, once I let go of the bar, that's it. I can't do no more. The rest of them don't count. Okay, do it, Sean. Whoa! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Now just do whatever. 4, 3, 2. Well, that was kind of 17. I mean, my shoulder almost reached the bar. That seems to kind of help too, is counting backwards. What do you mean counting backwards? Like, just, what? It seems another trick that works for me, kind of, is just trying to aim higher than I'm trying to go for. Anyway, whatever. I did my best. What did I do? Almost 17. That state change shit does seem to work. Because other days when I didn't do that, I only did like 14 or 15. All right, good job, John. Dude, those pull-ups are a motherfucker. I think it really is my hardest exercise. That's why I want to do it first thing in the workout, because I'm not going to be able to do that again for till tomorrow. All right, good job. You kind of did 17. Tomorrow's another day. Just try your best. Best is all you can do. Seems like in general, if I try my best at something, I really try my best, tomorrow or the next day, God or the forces that be might let me go like a little further. Well, tomorrow's another day. All right, okay, so what are we doing now? Let's do 30 burpees, 10 leg lifts, 30 burpees, 9 pull-ups, 20 burpees, 10 leg lifts, 20 burpees, and then just random stuff for like 50 minutes. I would kind of like to walk my dogs first because they're creatures of habit. They kind of want me to walk them. Let's do that. They're confused. I ranted too long in the morning, but I don't want my dogs to suffer because of it. I should give them a quick walk around the block, and then I'm gonna do my workout. All right, sounds good. Ready, Chuck? Quick walk around the block. Let's go, Chuck. Come on, Charlie. Quick walk around the block. Quick walk around the block. Oh shit. I should wear some sandals, huh? You're nobody till somebody loves you. You're nobody till somebody cares. You're nobody till somebody loves you. So find yourself somebody to love. What's that mean? I don't know. You're still nobody. You're still nobody, Frank Sinatra. No, Frank Sinatra's somebody. No, he's nobody now. No, he's somebody. He's somebody in the hearts and minds of millions of people because he's loved and adored by many people. Maybe that's what you want to do. Just be somebody and get some people to love you, and then maybe you'll be somebody. I'm gonna be somebody. One of these days, I'm gonna break these chains. I'm gonna be somebody. You're just a nobody. I want to be somebody. Just a nobody. You're nobody. Do you want to be somebody? Do you want to be somebody? I don't know. Not really. Not really. I don't want to be somebody. Really? No, because then you're kind of stuck. I don't want to be somebody. I want to be nobody. Yeah. Get the fuck away. Get the fuck away, anybody who loves me. Where's that story? Somebody should do. Somebody should do. Somebody should do some weird story. You should do it, Sean. Maybe I'll do some weird story about do it with Frank Sinatra. With that Frank Sinatra song, "You're Nobody Till Somebody Loves You," and there's this guy, and he's just singing, and it's just, "You're nobody till somebody loves you," and then these people come along and they go, "We love you, we love you," and he's like, "Get the fuck away from me! I don't want to be somebody. Just get away from me." She's, "No, I know you, I love you." He's like, "You don't fucking know me. Get away from me." And that's his whole life. His whole life is just unfriending people from Facebook and disconnecting from everybody and just being like, "Fuck you, I want to be nobody. Don't love me. Get away from me." Fucking scammers calling me. Google's gotten really good at identifying scammers. It's probably a scammer. If they're not a scammer, they can leave a message. But there was this person. I put out a thing on Craig's. I gotta work out in a second. But I put out a thing on Craigslist saying like I want to be a do-gooder. I want to help people. And so I got somebody from Africa, supposedly from Africa, and they said I'm in a desperate situation. I just need any money you can give would help. So I gave them $10. And they said, "Oh, you're so wonderful. That saved my life." And then they say, I could really use a little more. And I give them like $50, $60, and they go, "Thanks." And then a few days later, or a week later, they're like, "I could really use some more." And they say, "Can you give me just $200?" And I'm like, "No, that's too much." And they, "Oh, I'm sorry. Anything you can give will help." And then I gave like $30, and then I said, "I'll give you $30 every month." That was the deal I made. But it just seems like whenever a lot of times when I'll sort of be good to people, they're like, "Thanks, give me more. I know you want more. I know you want more money, more time." And so anyway, they I said, "I'm not giving you $200. I'll give you $30. Even if you're a scammer, whatever. If you need the money enough to go on to Craigslist and search for scams, then I'll give you that." But I said $30 a month. I'll give you $30 a month because I'm helping two people in Africa with $30 a month. And I said, "All right, I'll help three people. $30 a month, I can afford that." And then they said, today or yesterday night, they wrote me and said, "Please, I just need $85 for a phone." And I was like, that's bullshit because you can get a phone. There's India that has a company where they make a phone for like $2 or something. Smartphones are getting so cheap. I can buy a phone at Walmart right now that does all the same things as my iPhone or my Google phones, pretty much. Does all the basic functions for like $30. And supposedly she's in Kenya. You could get a phone for $5 in Kenya, I'm sure. But she's like, "No, I need $85 for a phone." I'm like, bullshit. $85 is expensive for a phone in America. In Kenya, you could get a phone for $30, I'm sure, if not like $5. And so I'm just like, bullshit, too much bullshit. And so I said, fuck it, I'm not a good. I was being a good guy. I was being a good guy a month ago, but now I'm a fucking bad guy. Now I'm a fucking bad guy. I don't believe in things. Whatever. I was a good guy then, but now I'm a bad guy. And I say, fuck everybody, I'm not giving you any money. But I can switch. I can switch. I can be a good guy. You people who believe in things, you're kind of stuck being that thing. You got to believe in things. You got to be like, oh, I'm a good guy. I got to do that thing. I don't believe in that. I'm a bad guy. Today I'm a bad guy. Tomorrow, maybe I'll be a good guy again. Today I'm a loser. Tomorrow maybe I'll be upstanding. I was upstanding before. Maybe I can be. But you people who believe in things, you're kind of fucked. You think like, oh fuck, I'm a good guy. Well, I don't know. You got to stick to that now. But I'm gonna just say today I'm a fucking asshole. But I reserve the right to not to be tomorrow. Yeah. What is that? It's like Tanuki. There's this character in Super Mario called Tanuki, and I always identify to that character. And I like the way Tanuki just kind of flies around. He's free. He flies around, but he's not. When people come around him and they want money or something, he just turns to stone. He turns to stone. He's like, oh, now I'm nothing. Now I'm just I'm part of the environment. And then he's like, oh, I'm a Tanuki again. I'm free. Yeah, but he can occasionally kind of hide, turn to stone, say, no, I'm something different. Yeah, Tanuki. Anyway, but fuck him. I said, if you need money, there's a program out there called Compassion International, and you have a kid, supposedly. She showed me some picture of like a kid. That could have been anybody. That could have been the scammer's wife and kid. And I just said, there's no way for me to really verify that you're a real person. But if you go to Compassion International and you have a kid, they'll verify that you're really you and they'll give you some money. But I'm not doing it anymore. Why? Because I just don't. I know. You want my money. You want my time. There's infinite things out there in the world. I know. You want my time. You want my money. I know. But I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm disabled. I don't have it. I'm sorry. I'm just a dainty lady. I just have to do my things. My little singing and my stuff. Jordan Peterson would say, for shame, you should be a hero. A man is a hero if he is anything. That's just some label you're sticking on me. I don't know. Who are you to say that, Jordan? And he's like, you coward. Well, I'm not always a coward. I don't know. I did heroic things before. Maybe I'll do them again later. You are what you do, right? You should just say, Jordan should say, act heroically. You should act heroically. But to say, be a coward, that seems like a distinguishing characteristic between what? I don't know, those Republican guys, Jordan Peterson and Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw says there's an important difference between what do you want to be and what do you want to do. And I just think, well, I don't know what that means. And they say, well, you got to believe in something. You got to believe that I'm a good person. I'm a hero or something like that. And I think, well, I don't know. You're saying that as though you can be that. Like, just it seems like there's an inherent flaw in just even suggesting that you should be somebody. Just the fact that you should be somebody suggests that you are not that now and you can be that later, which seems to really make it obvious that you're not that. You're not that. If you're doing it through your actions, then it's what you do. Like, that's what Dan Crenshaw is saying. He's saying you should be a hero. If he's saying I'm already a hero while I'm being a loser, well, then I don't have to do anything different. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to say, come on, get out there, get a job, go pay for some lady and her kids, because you should be a hero. And it's like, well, if I'm not already a hero, if it's something I can be through my actions, then you aren't a thing by default. Then you are what you do. But they say, no, you are a thing. Who do you want to be? But it's like, well, if being that is dependent on my actions, which seems to be what you're saying, because you're saying I'm not that now, but you're trying to get me to do that so that I can be a hero. Well, then obviously being a hero is based on your actions, but they go, no, it's something that you are by default. Is that true? I think that seems like bullshit, but I think that's a problem. It's a problem. Seems like that's a problem that's confronting humans. It's just that they used to believe in things, and now it seems like really obvious when you poke around at them that they're not permanent things. Those are words. You got the word world. The word world doesn't change, and because words aren't real, so you can have these fictional words and labels, and they don't change, and they give you these little placeholders to stick onto a constantly changing world and to people, and then that supposedly can like constrain their behavior or something, but it's kind of a pain in the ass if you get stuck with a bad label. And so I just say, Those labels aren't real. You are what you do, and I don't fucking believe it. I think you guys are all full of shit. You can believe in those labels. I don't care, whatever. Because you probably have a good label, right? Jordan Peterson, he's like, I'm a famous guy. I'm an intellectual. Of course you want to believe in things. You want to be like, I'm a great person because a million people say I'm great. But he wants to talk to like the loser people and say, you are a thing too. It's like, well, we don't want to be the thing that people say we are. We have a bad label, so fuck you. I don't believe in your labels. When I have a good label, maybe I'll believe in it. But for the meantime, I say bullshit. Labels are not real. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't that seem like the way? It just seems like the people with a good lot in life, they're like, I earn this. I am good. And then they say, you guys are bad. You guys in the bad position. It's like you were bad. Well, if that's working for you now, but if you're in a bad position, I bet you'll be like, hey, wait a minute. Like, I tried my best. You know what they say that in How to Win Friends and Influence People. They say that every wrongdoer, they interview like John Dillinger and Al Capone, and they always say things like, I don't see how I could have done anything different than what I did. And and then the good people say, "Oh, for shame, you're not owning your lot in life." Well, of course you're saying that because you're in like a really good position. But I think those people who are in the ghetto who find themselves being gang criminals, just like their fellow gang criminals, they're like, I couldn't have done I don't know. Like I don't you ever end up in a situation where you're kind of like yelling at your girlfriend or something, and you're just like, I don't even want to be doing this. How am I doing this? Or you're just thinking like, why? Like you didn't choose to do that. Nobody wants to be a fucking asshole. Nobody wants to be fighting, but they do. Why? Because I just don't think people have. I don't think free will is real. If there's no soul, which seems like it's really obvious to me that there's no soul, then there's no free will, and it's just shit happens. Shit happens, and you can call that whatever you want, and people will call that, and that's the way things go. But I don't fucking. If I was hooked up to a lie detector test, I'd say I don't think there's a soul, and if there's no soul, it seems like there's no free will, and so there's just shit happening. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's get this fucking workout happening then. Okay, sounds good. What are we doing? So I want to do 30 burpees, 10 leg lifts, 30 burpees, 8 pull-ups, 20 burpees, 10 leg lifts, 20 burpees, and then random stuff for 50 minutes. Why do you want to do that, Sean? Because I'm gonna feel good. It's gonna generate endorphins. It's gonna make me feel alive. Yeah, yeah. They say that cardio and strength training is good because your body's kind of like use it or lose it. Let's talk about that. Don't talk, just do shit. I don't want to, I like this ranting shit. Let me just rant for a little while. Just do the workout too. Okay. Um, there's these what, Sean? There's these astronauts. Astronauts, they go up into space and they found out that come on, let's just do shit. This is enough ranting. What do you want to do, Sean? I want to finish the rant. All right, finish the rant. All right, so these astronauts, they went up into space and they went to the Mir space station, and the cosmonauts, they found out that when they were up in space, just by not having gravity, they weren't putting pressure on their bones, and they weren't really using their muscles as much, and they really started to waste away. They started to pee out bone mass, and they would just lose bone mass month after month, and they'd lose muscle mass. And it just seems like the body and the brain is kind of like, use it or lose it, use it or lose it. If you use it, your body says, okay, like let's keep this stuff a little bit more than it would otherwise. And then if you don't use it, your body just goes, fuck it, let's just ditch it. We don't need it. Yeah, it probably works that way for all sorts of stuff like talents. If you have a talent, if you have some sort of skill, if you're doing that thing all the time, then you might get better at it. You stay in practice, you get better. But if you ditch it for a month, it's gonna blow away in the wind. And I don't know, maybe you should just pick your battles, Sean. There's not enough time in the day to be good at everything. There's not enough time in a life to be good at everything. Just stick to something. Maybe you should stick to something. What? Your 3D models. Keep doing your 3D models. I'm tired of those. There's no fucking money. I don't want to do it for no money. Well, let's at least your body. You're gonna need your body. So I would say keep the workout up so that your body's working good, that you look good, and you just are a little less falling apart than you would be otherwise. Yeah? Yeah, fuck it. Might as well try to be better. Why? Because better is better than worse. And you'll get some endorphins, and you'll earn your feel good for the day. All right, sounds good. All right, let's do it. What are we doing now? Um, let's do some bad acting shit. All right, bad acting shit. What are you doing for bad acting shit? Well, um, let's do Crazy Ernie. All right, so the key to Crazy Ernie is, um, what's the key to Crazy Ernie, Sean? Key to Crazy Ernie is, you should, what? You should, you should duck down on cars, put your butt down on cars, and then when you say A, you should pop up. So pop up on A, butt down on cars, and then you want to, what? You want to, you should feel like you're on the verge of a heart attack or an aneurysm when you, God, my poor dog, his poor ear is fucked up. We got a vet appointment on, I should clean his ear really quick. Come on, Chuck. Quick back. Other than that. Okay, Chuck, you're all niffly. Charles, all niffly. Mr. Charles, boy. One thing I would like to check out really quick. I want to know if it's okay to blow dry a dog's ears, because his ear is wet inside, and I don't know if it dries out by itself. Is that all right? All right, I guess it's okay. So I want to blow dry inside my dog's ear a little. Do it, Sean. Blow dry inside your dog's ear. All right. So when I blow dry my dog's ear, I gotta move it around so it doesn't kind of. I don't want it to burn inside. So I think it's just kind of brushing around. If he pulls his head away, then that's enough. I just want to dry it out because it seems like there's some sort of moisture in his ear that's not good. All right, let's do it. He's not gonna like it, but he'll survive. It'll be good for him. Come on, Chuck. All right, Chuck, you're good. You're good. You're cool, Chuck. It's all good, Chuck. You're okay. All right.
Crazy Ernie from Crazy Ernie's Used Car Emporium. It's a nice supermarket of cars. I got so many cars. People come up to me and say, hey, Crazy Ernie, where'd you get all them cars? Looky here. I got red cars. I got green cars. I got enough cars to choke a camel. Tell you what, friends, if nobody comes and buys a car from me in the next hour, I'm gonna club this baby sale. I'm gonna club a sale and make a better deal. You know I'll do it too, because I'm crazy.
Nobody's out there, right? That was from UHF. There's this great movie out there called UHF, and there's this one part in it called Crazy Ernie with his used car emporium. It was great. It was great. It's one of my favorite parts in any movies. Why? I don't know. I always find it funny when people do shit where it's like, you can't do that. Just the idea of somebody threatening to club a baby seal if nobody buys a car from him. I thought it was really funny. Great. All right, what's next? Come on, ready? Go. Go. All right, so do some random shit. Pick something. I don't know. Pick something. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Nah. Yeah, do that. All right. Just do it. Fuck it. No filter. Just do it. Do it badly, but do it. Try your best. All right. Now, Sean, when you do this, you gotta pretend there's two police officers there watching you. If at any moment they sense that you're lying or insincere, they're gonna put you in jail for life. You got it? Yeah. And you gotta think about what is the character thinking and feeling on each beat. You got it? Yeah. All right, ready? Go. Did you see what God just... Don't look at the screen. Did you see what God just did to us, man? God didn't do that. You did that. You're a fucking narcotics agent. I knew it. Hello? Yeah? Okay. That was headquarters. I'm gonna go to Las Vegas at once. They want me to check into my soundproof suite, and they'll seek me out. What do you think? Sounds like real trouble, man. You're gonna need plenty of legal advice before this thing is over. As your attorney, I advise you to rent a very fast car with no top. And you'll need the cocaine. Tape recorder for special music. Acapulco shirts. Gotta get out of LA for at least 24 hours. Ruins my weekend, man. Because naturally I'm gonna have to go with you. And we'll have to arm ourselves to the teeth. Well, fuck it. Why not? Anything worth doing, it's worth doing right. This is the American dream in action, man. What are your plans with her? Huh? The child in the bedroom. Oh yeah, that's Lucy. Don't worry about her. I met her on the plane. I just tried to offer a cab, and then I thought, oh shit, she's not even old enough to drink. Yeah, well, it should work out. We can peddle her ass at the drug convention. These cops will pay $50 a head to beat her into submission and then gang fuck her. We can set her up in one of these Las Vegas hotels, hang pictures of Jesus all around the room, and then turn these fucking pigs loose on her. Oh, she's strong, man. She'll hold her own. I knew you were sick, but I never expected you to say that kind of shit, man. Simple economics. Hell, I figure she could make us about $1,000 a day. That's ugly, man. Stop saying that, man. Look, in about 2 hours, she's going to wake up in some sort of towering Jesus-like rage at the hazy recollection of being seduced by some sort of cruel Samoan who fed her liquor and LSD, dragged her to some Las Vegas hotel, and then proceeded to penetrate every orifice of her little body with his throbbing, uncircumcised member. That's so ugly, man. That's, yeah, well, the truth hurts. That's, that's, man, it doesn't pay to try to help people these days, does it, man? Yeah, well, you're going to go straight to the gas chamber for this one. And even if you get off of that, they'll get you for rape and consensual sodomy. No, man. We got to get rid of her. All right, Sean, that was pretty good. All right. What's next? I don't know. Some dude, some bitch, whatever. Do something else. Let's do. Pick something. Let's do. Pick something. Let's do. Come on, wake up. Let's do the one we did yesterday. We didn't. They're gonna kill that poor woman. Let's just do Chet. Chet, do it badly. All right. So this is not gonna be good. I'm still working on this. I have to memorize it. I haven't memorized it yet, so I have to read the script. Let's just try it. Ready? Do it badly, Sean. Do it badly, but do it. All right. You stewed, but ready? Go. Go. You know what? I need the other screen. I need the other screen because I can't see the other thing. The smell of the wax in my ear is kind of good. Really? Yeah. Smell of the belly button stuff, my dog's ear, my ear, and then the crud under your toenails. Strangely addicting smell. Yeah? Yeah. What else? I don't know. People like weird shit. Like what? I don't know. Some people like zit popping. I had a girlfriend a long time ago, and my mom too. She's addicted to watching zits. Somebody popping zits and squeezing out all this white shit. People like weird things. Really? Yeah. You like this shit, Sean? I do. I like this. Yeah? Yeah, it's magic. What? I don't know. Just the ability to be different people. Really? Yeah, I like it. Just for a little while. Let me be somebody else. I'm tired of being me. Let's try somebody else. Ready? Go. Go. Just do it badly, but do it. It's not going to be good. I haven't memorized this yet. You stewed, but what? You know what time it is? Hold on. I got to click on the characters. Who's Wyatt? Who's Wyatt? The nerd. The nerd is Wyatt. The bald guy. Is it 2? Time to pay the fiddler. Time to pay the fucking fiddler. Time to pay the fiddler. Time to pay the fiddler. You stewed, but what? You know what time it is? 2? Time to pay the fiddler. Time to pay the fiddler. You should sound like real douchey. Douchey. Like a fucking, just a total fucking asshole. Who's really full of himself. Time to pay the time to pay the fiddler. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Here's the deal, but what? I'm telling mom and dad everything. I'm even thinking about making up some shit. The booze hounds return. What a joke. Hey ladies. The booze hounds return. What a joke. Hey ladies. Hey Chet. Hey Chet. He should sound like really nerdy. Hey Chet, look, we just got back from the bar. Gary's kind of drunk. Hey, what's up, Chet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Feeling kind of queasy. Feeling kind of. Oh yeah. Feeling kind of. Feeling kind of queasy, Jerry. How should he say that? Feeling kind of queasy, Jerry. Uh, yeah, I'm pretty queasy. How should you say that? Uh, yeah, I'm pretty queasy. I know. How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? Try it again. How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? He should like lean in. That's what he does. He's trying to make him throw up. How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? One more time. How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? All right. Come on, Chet, don't do that. He pukes. You die. Uh, did you tell her about the did you tell her about the woman we did you tell her about the woman we built last night? He should sound drunk. He should sound drunk. Do it again. Did you tell her about the woman we built last night? You should sound like slurred speech. All right. Did you tell her about the woman we built last night? He doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Chet. No shit. You two donkey dicks couldn't get laid in a morgue. Do it again. No shit. You two donkey dicks couldn't get laid in a morgue. You two donkey dicks couldn't get laid in a morgue. One more time. No shit. You two donkey dicks couldn't get laid in a morgue. Hey, was that my grandparents? You should have her come in. You should have her come in and say like, "Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, what's up? Hey, is that my grandparents?" Yeah. Are they dead? Oh no, they're just resting. Oh no, they're just resting. Oh no, they're just resting. What are they doing in there? He should sound angry. Chet should always sound angry. What are they doing in there? I put them in there. I put them in there. I didn't want the boys to get in trouble. I didn't want the boys to get in trouble. And quite frankly, they weren't having a good time they weren't having a very good time at the party. Not having a good time? Not having a good time? Do you think they're having a good time being catatonic in a closet? Well, I don't know. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is? Do it again. That didn't feel right. Do you have any idea? Wait. Do you have any No, I think Wyatt should say like, we're sorry, Chet. Oh, he should say like, our bad, Chet. Yeah, have Wyatt say our bad, Chet. Huh. Our bad, Chet. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is? Sorry, Chet. Sorry. Sorry, Chet. Sorry. Boy, I'm gonna kick your ass. Okay. Okay, boys. Okay, boys, that's quite enough. Boys, you get the girls. Boys, you get the girls home now. She should say, boy, you get the girls home now. Boys, you get the girls home now. Wyatt, you take the Porsche. All right. Gary, you take the Ferrari. The Ferrari? I want to be alone here. I want to be alone here with Chet for a moment. I want to be alone here with Chet. I want to be alone here with Chet. I want to be alone here with Chet. Come on, get out of here. Take your little hussies home. That's such a great line. Come on, get out of here. Take your little hussies home. Come on, get out of here. Take your little hussies home. The parents are probably worried sick. Lady, I want to get to the bottom of this. A.S. You know, Sean, you're probably going to have to dye your hair. I know you don't want to dye your hair. I know you think Jocko's cool because he doesn't dye his hair. But you just look too old. You look too old with that fucking gray hair. You should just get some brown hair dye. Just dye your hair. It's old is never going to come into style. I know. Just pretend you're a female. If you were a female, you'd dye your hair, right? Yes. All right. Just go get some tomorrow. Write it down. Write it down. Go get some hair dye. Don't go all Michael Jackson and try to like plug up all the holes. But I think just that gray is just too. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, and it's easy to fix. I would say just write down. Get some hair dye. All right, sounds good. We'll do it later. You're gonna look old, I know, but I think you can look a little better in certain ways. That gray is just not good. All right, I think it would look better brown, and it's easy to do. Just go get some hair dye. All right, lady, I want to get to the bottom of this. AS, ASP, AS, AFP. Oh, so do I. But first, I'd like to butter your muffin. Why do you have to be such a wanker? 'Cause I get off on it. Now I want you to promise. Now, hello. Now I want you to promise that you're going to keep your big mouth shut about everything that... You got to get a voice that works for her. Now, I want you to promise that you're going to keep your big mouth shut about everything that's happened here today, everything that's happened here this weekend, and I want you to treat Wyatt and Gary with dignity and respect. Oh, really? Yeah, really. I can be a real serious bitch if I don't get what I want. It doesn't work. I think I lost my voice. We'll have to try it again tomorrow. Just try your best. Yeah, really. I can be a real serious bitch if I don't get what I want. I can be a real serious bitch if I don't get what I want. One more time. I can be a real serious bitch if I don't get what I want. That's good enough. Try it again tomorrow. Oh. Oh, yeah? Hit me with your best shot. All right, Sean. That's pretty good. All right, let's try it again later. All right, just make up some shit. Ready? Go. Hey, how's it going? Going pretty good. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Bartender? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'd like the usual, please. Yeah, what? I don't remember what your usual is. We have a lot of customers. I don't remember all your things. Well, I'd like liquid cocaine, please. Ah, liquid. I remember you now. You like the liquid cocaine? Okay, we'll make that up. It is $50. Ah, shit, $50. I'll give you 40 for it. This is not a negotiating place. The prices are right up there. You need to pay $50. Well, I don't have $50. Well, then you will not get the liquid cocaine. Well, fine, fuck it. I don't know. I'll just sit here. Okay, you sit there. What would you like, miss? I just want a dry martini. Yeah, okay. That would be $40. We do not make exceptions, even for pretty ladies. Okay, no problem. Here's my $40. It is a very good. It is a very good drink. It is worth every penny. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I have no problems here. Okay, great. It is a win-win situation. Here we go. Ah, beautiful. There you go. Thanks, I appreciate it. Hey, lady, you got a little lipstick in your teeth. Shut up, you fucking loser. Ah, that is the spot. Give me another one. All right, well, give me another $40. Okay, here you go. It is a win-win situation. We have a good deal here. We're going to mix up a little drink. There you go, pretty lady. You enjoy. I like your attitude. I like your attitude too. Give me another one. Oh, you're going for broke, huh? Okay, we'll go. There you go. You might want to ease it back a little bit. I do not want you throwing up all over my establishment. I don't throw up. I can handle my alcohol. I'm Irish. There you go. Okay. Are you feeling okay? You have taken quite a bit of alcohol in a short amount of time. No, I'm good. Hey, you got a little lipstick in your teeth. Shut up, you fucking loser. Hey, you want a drink? Yeah, I could really use a liquid cocaine. Go buy one your fucking self. You made fun of him. You should be nice to him. He doesn't have a lot of money. You don't want to be mean to him. I'll be okay. Say, what time do you get off? I get off. I usually get off at about 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, that is my time. It is not even close to 5 o'clock now. I have to just keep serving these drinks. But I like my job. I will be okay. Why don't you call me? Call me after work. I'm a homosexual, can't you tell? I cannot call you. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about recipes or something like that? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'll talk about recipes. I don't know. I just kind of want a nice man. Somebody I sort of get along with. Yeah. I do not want that. But I will go out with you, Mr. Weirdo. You want to go out with me? I do. I want to go out with you. I think you are kind of cute under your little glasses. I can see that you are kind of cute. Yeah. Oh, well. You tell you what. You give me one of those liquid cocaines, and I'll let you pound me in the ass. Ah, really? You will let me pound you in the ass for liquid cocaine? Just this once. I really want a liquid cocaine. You get me one of those liquid cocaines, and my ass is yours for one night. Ah, you have a deal. You have a deal. Here you go. I will make an exception for you. There you go. Just kidding, you fucking fag. Oh, he runs away. Oh, you son of a bitch! You son of a... I'll push the button. Oh, fuck, he is getting away. Oh. Ah, he tricked you. He tricked you. He did. He tricked me. Oh, fuck. I should have expected it. I don't know what I was thinking. No, it's okay. Call me. We'll share some recipes and stuff. Okay. I will call you. I'll take what I can get. I'll call you. So he calls her and they share some recipes and they live happily ever after. That was good, Sean. That was a good story. Thanks. All right. Moving on. What are we doing now? Quick. What do you want to do? We want to get on with our day. I should restart my live stream. All right. Walk the dogs. Walk the dogs. All right, walk the dogs real quick. I feel really good. Um, Maybe I should start every morning. I usually get up and I for like a half hour I read the news, but I never remember any of those stupid articles. And so, really, I just want to direct my attention towards something. And so maybe I should just. Today feels like a good day, and so I think that I should just try to start a new ritual in the morning where the first thing I do is I just get up and I just rant. I just want to rant about how there are no things. That feels like a good. It just I noticed on my videos, if I live stream the whole day, if I say that the first thing in the morning, the rest of the day is much better. Why is it better? Because I'm just free. I feel like it's a very freeing thing to just to meditate on or whatever. Just say like, look, Sean, there's no fucking things. Let's explain about how there's no things, and then I just feel like I'm free. I'm freer. I'm freer. The things will get me. The things will sort of settle in, and I'll think in terms of things again, and then life kind of starts to suck again, unless I got a good thing going. But even then, it's kind of like I feel trapped. I feel trapped. I just want to maybe I'll do that. Start every morning and just explain about how remember how things are bullshit, and then I go, oh yeah, and then I'm free for a little while, and then the things are gonna get me again. Can I do that? Yeah, do it. Let's try it in the morning. Anyway, I have a I have a goal right now to what, Sean? I have a goal to record. Um, I should record some video clips. There's some little parts of my video that I need to redo, and so I should watch those. Well, it's still daylight. It'll be daylight. Have about an hour to do this, so I should try to do this now. Record missing parts of the video for an hour. 1 hour. All right, here we go. Ready? I got to restart my live stream.